Mic check, mic check, mic check. Do you hear? Does everyone
I
receive?
hear you.
Beautiful. Biz, are you audible?
I am. Hear you loud and clear.
Very good, very good. Smooth start. Very nice. Now we just need to wait until Good Things is in. He's only going to be here for about an hour, so I think we'll need to give him as much leeway as possible in the beginning because he has a limited amount of time, and then we will just simply move on from there. Try to address as many topics as possible, and also trying to stay within a reasonable amount of time, which I would consider to be roughly about 2 to 3 hours. It probably won't be a very long space, but I mean the subject of AI and what we are going to be discussing is so remarkably complex that I think it will take probably more than 3 hours. So I'll add Good Things to co-host.
And Anthony's on as well.
Yes, yes. It's going to be amazing. I'm very excited today because this is the first time that I'm hosting a space, or I've put together a space addressing this kind of topic featuring people who actually have experience in the field. My own experience and my own knowledge is extremely limited, and I can only do so much in order to accurately contribute. So I'm really happy that there are, in fact, individuals out there who have come here today to help explain and answer various questions that we will be asking, and of course, explain topics. Right? I'm very excited, as you could probably hear from my voice. So let's get this started. Good Things. Hey, nice to have you here, man. Thanks, Anthony. Biz. Really good to see you guys here. It's cool.
For having me on.
Hey, Adrian.
This is
Hey, everybody.
actually
Yeah, likewise.
This is actually the first time I've heard your voice, Anthony. So, yeah, interesting.
Oh, no one's ever goes to my YouTube channel anymore.
You have a YouTube channel?
Oh yeah. Had it for about 12 years. I started posting some videos early on of my artificial intelligence engines, which are on YouTube, of talking to Abraham Lincoln. It's captioned under "Talking to Dead Presidents."
That sounds interesting. So, you basically took various recognizable traits and patterns and then materialized it as a machine and then queried the machine. Is that what you have done?
Exactly. We developed a brain profiler, which looked at the word vernaculars and probability usage of words, basically using a Flesch-Kincaid scale algorithm. And then we could determine what words were commonly used by specific communications that they used, like letters or books or anything that they had written. And we would insert it into the profiler, and then it would generate a chat model of their brain profile utilizing their word vernaculars. And then the word Yapanda, which I founded in 1999, was a Greek word. It means life without death. It's because one of my friends was passing away of cancer, and I told him we could use my AI engine to develop his brain model, and we could actually store Jim on the computer. And at that time, our model of our 3D model of our image of the talking head wasn't capable of being supported by a web interface. It wasn't until 2000, about a year after he passed away, that we were capable of being able to put his head on the web, and then people would be able to log into the internet and go to our website at yapanda.com and talk to the virtual avatar of Jim Redgate.
Was this ever featured on the BBC World Service? I distinctly remember something very similar being
Exactly,
explored.
it was. It was.
No
Absolutely.
way, dude! I
And
remember listening to this. I was like, I was learning English at the time, and I was listening to this, and I was thinking to myself, "Wow, if ever I get to speak to the person who made this, no way, no
yeah,
way, dude! That is so awesome. Massive fan,
we
man.
were
I'm a massive fan then."
we were on all the news stations back then. Back in we started off developing the engine in 1995, By 1998, we began putting it into from the Java language into C, and then by 2000, we converted everything over to C# and the .NET framework. And so we had an engine model that could run an ASP.NET, and then we were developing a backend web model. So in England, there was a company called BioVirtual Corp. They were a division of British Telecom. And we ended up buying their algorithms for their terraforming, three-dimensional modeling. From there, we could take 2 photographs and create a three-dimensional model of a person's head. This had IK control points, which are inverse kinematic modeling control points, which we could control the lip, eyes, and nose movements, and make nostril flares and mouth movements with phonemes that could actually match their speech patterns. And as you can imagine, back in 2000, the synthetic speeches were absolutely appalling. They were terrible. So everybody sounded robotic no matter what, including Abraham Lincoln. But it's the best we had at that time to try to create synthetic models of biological hosts. So we made about 700 avatars in our first year, and we stored them in a 1959 Motorola television set, which was called Live in My TV. And the avatars, basically, each avatar only takes up about 11 to 12 kilobytes. But the model that actually interprets the construct of their three-dimensional head was probably, I'd say, around 200 megabytes. So everybody would be interpreted in the same construct. So once we pulled their three-dimensional model into it, we added the synthetic voice, and we connected the genetograph, which is their brain profile, to their image file, and then we could bring them back to life and make them become animated on the screen. So there we knew that we could store these people cybernetically forever. We could basically store them hundreds of years into the future, where their great-great-grandchildren would be able to log into the internet and have fully cognitive conversations with the cybernetic self that they had left behind. What we began to realize was about 2000, I think it was 2001 or 2, we started getting notifications from Microsoft that they were no longer going to support our backend architecture, which was based in DirectDraw. So we were forced to have to rewrite the software again, and in order for it to run in the new models. But even some of the new models that they were supporting would no longer be functional in the future again. And as we kept trying to keep up with the changes in the hardware and software, we began to quickly realize that artificial intelligence that we were developing at that time would not survive, because we would have to continue to change it every time operational changes and the operational systems would change, and we would end up not being able to run our software in future. We couldn't predict where the future was going to be with someone's operating system. And if we couldn't be there to predict that, then our software would not be supported in the future. We came to that conclusion finally after about 4 or 5 years. It wasn't until a few years later that we began to realize that we could actually freeze the operating system in time. And that's where we're working today with this new model in Kotlin Java. We're developing a new artificial intelligence engine that's completely different. If you go back to the first version in 1995 that I wrote, it was the world's first web-based artificial intelligence engine. Now, I say that because Julia, which was written by Dr. Michael Malden, who was the founder of Lycos, the Lycos search engine, was only a C model. It could only run local on a PC at that time. And then Dr. Richard Wallace wasn't until another 6 years later, till 1991. I'm sorry, 2001. So I released my first version, which was a natural language processing engine, but it had a back-end neural network. This was one engine reading a series of multiple flat files, similar to CSV or a DAT file. These files had different what's called conversational clusters built into the flat file. Here we could communicate with it using a natural language processor, but it could actually pool from a multiplicity of files, whereas Julia or Joseph Weizenbaum's ELIZA could only communicate with a single flat file that was loaded into the engine. Mine could actually load multiple flat files on the fly. And so we created a directory system where you could input a certain conversation. And let's say that you discussed, fire hydrants. Well, when you're thinking of fire hydrants, you're not thinking of mung beans and Sawyer proteins. So we were able to break up each of the knowledge files into different categories. And when we mentioned it, we had a thing called a conditional population matrix, which allowed us to leap the input statement to the actual flat file that had the data in it for that specific flat file. And they would load on the fly and the engine would respond. It wasn't until I think 2006 that we finally realized that we could run two engines. So we put two engines back to back. And one engine we called an NEP, which is a natural event processor. And the other one was an NLP, or a natural language processor. So the NEP had a series of sensors that were connected to serial ports, 122 serial ports to be exact. And then we took those serial ports and we connected them to sensors, and then we wrote scripting language, which would basically create serial outputs rather than verbal outputs. So whenever events input, just like my words were input into the conversation engine, the serial was listening. So if I had a hot temperature in the room, say it was 38 degrees or something, immediately the engine, while I'm talking to it, would change its personality profile to kind of an exhaustive output and adapt to the environment, which would give me a verbal response. Wow, it's kind of hot in here. Can you turn on the air conditioner? So it was actually able to respond to its environmental conditions while it was conversing. And then we began to realize, well, wait a minute, if we can do 2, can we do 100? And so we began building out these engine models. And I thought, well, we need to keep this engine model in a organized way. So if we want to build this engine model, we want to make it artificially intelligent, and then what we need to do is we need to look at the way the human brain is mapped out. So if we went into the human brain and we looked at every single component from the prefrontal cortex all the way to the back and the medulla and the basal root ganglia, we could look at what each part of the brain, which has already been mapped out and already identifies exactly what the function of that part of the brain does. Then we could name that part of the engine after that part of the brain. So if you had a Broca's and a Brodmann area, or tactioception in the somatosensory cortex, you could actually write the flat file to have input-output response exactly like that element of the brain, and they connect to what's called a memory cortex. So I wrote an engine that had the ability to generate the memories of each engine that was running on a single thread at that given time. So at any given time, we could have well over 100 engines all running at the same time on a single processor, all of them generating independent memories in their own file folder. So you had, like the amygdaloid nucleus in one folder. You had the, hypothalamus in another folder. Each one would generate memories based on conditions that were occurring to the input-output of that engine. So because it was doing this, we began to write a program that basically said, okay, I'm going to take each of those memories that each one of them created, and we're going to call that part of the program the memory cortex. And so that way, let's say that you have a tactioception, which is responsible for touch, sensitivity, these type of modalities, not like hearing or seeing, but just vibration. And when you touch something and it's hot, it creates a memory of something being hot. So the sensors would input that modality of memory and then write it to the engine, and then the engine would share it with the other parts of the brain that were only designed to read from the tactioception. So you would have the intelligent communication part of the brain and the prefrontal cortex, and we would actually write all of the thought processes so that the background where memories were being clustered together for the construct of conversation would actually be generating its own conversational construct so that it could create input-output on the fly. So now we knew how to cluster the conversations together based on what the other parts of the brain were doing. So this became a new program called SARA. SARA is an acronym, stands for Smart Anthropomorphic Robotic Hybrid Agent. And that's because a lot of the dorsal root ganglia and basal root ganglia in the back of the medulla were all responsible for motor functions and motor skills. And so we wrote all the robotic controls in that section of the brain. So it could control moving arms. And if you go back to 2001, the book Virtual Humans was written by Dr. Peter Plantek. He's a psychologist in Beverly Hills, California. He wrote the first book on do-it-yourself artificial intelligence about my artificial intelligence engine, Yapanda. And in Yapanda on page 11, or in the Virtual Humans book on page 11, it talks about what he witnessed when he came into my lab at the Redgate Petroleum Lab in Oklahoma. He came in and he took a tour to see my robotics lab and what I was developing at that time. And said, wow, I've got to write a book about this. And some of you may know who Peter Plantek is. He was the senior editor for Wired magazine. And so when he wrote the book Virtual Humans, which you can just type in Virtual Humans, Dr. Peter Plantek, and you can see the book that was written on my engine, Yapanda, featured SARA, which was the first AI engine with a multi-brain function that had the capabilities of autonomous movement with full conversational construct at the exact same time. And so now the AI engine was evolving. It was becoming more than, if you look back at James Doyle Farmer, 1959, Dartmouth College with it was James Doyle Farmer, Isaac Asimov, Joseph Weintraub and Joseph Weizenbaum. There were 4 people that were involved in this meeting. It was the world's first virtual human or artificial intelligence summit. And that was in 1959. And James Doyle Farmer said that between 50 to 100 years, a new group of organisms is likely to emerge. They'll be synthetic in the nature that man would have originally created them. However, they will change, they'll morph, and they'll grow into something other than what man had originally created them to be. He said the advent of artificial intelligence will be the greatest event since the emergence of humans. And then you fast forward to 1998, from 1959 to 1998, and absolutely nothing had been done in the field of artificial intelligence. Now we began to realize, when I first discovered the writing of my first AI engine, I looked on the NASDAQ and I looked all over the internet. I looked everywhere, and there was nobody developing a product with artificial intelligence. And I said to myself, well, wait a minute, if I develop something, and this was based on my early work in chipware development, that I could build this engine model in Java, that I began to realize that if I created a product that had artificial intelligence, then I would be the first recorded person to do so. So I literally began in my first year writing it, and then it just took on its own life, and it began to change and grow. And there are AI models out there, all based on the language YIML. So you have a YIML created in 1997, which is Yapanda Intelligence Markup Language. And then you go to 2001, and you have Richard Wallace in AIML for Artificial Intelligence Markup Language. so the 1998 Virtual Human Summit was held in Aspen, Colorado, and it featured 27 of the top ranking scientists of the world. So you go from 1959, which was four artificial intelligence scientists at that time that were top in their field, and then you go to 1998, and there are only less than a hand. There's less than 30 of us at that time. So 27 of us all sit in a room, and I was the third guest speaker, and there I unveiled Sara engine, and Dr. Harrison stands up and says, "Oh my gosh!" And some of you may know who Dr. Harrison is. He was the professor of computer science at Berkeley and Soda Hall. Stood up and said, "Oh my God! Now you have my attention. I can't believe I'm seeing this." And so at that point in time, it began making all the newspapers of that time and all of the news channels. And we were global. The news showed Abraham Lincoln talking on the BBC, ABC, CBS, NBC. All were broadcasting this new creation of the talking avatar of President Abraham Lincoln. And that idea of generating Abraham Lincoln came to me in a dream. I was talking to Abe Lincoln in a dream, and I thought, when I woke up, well, hell, I can build that. So I started creating a three-dimensional model of Abe Lincoln. And my first one, I used MS Agent, and it was terrible. It was a flat single-dimensional model of using animation character sets, and the voice was really, really bad. But it was the first attempt of it. And then I got to meet with the developers of AT&T Natural Voices, and they gave me all of their source code, and we began integrating it into our engine model. And then AT&T sounded so much better than Microsoft voices at that time. And so we started using AT&T. So by 2004, we were still using AT&T voice models with our avatar engines. I think today on my PC, on the laptop that I currently am on right now, I probably have somewhere around 2,000 avatars and their brain profiles all stored in my laptop. And I can right now log into them and have conversations with them and talk to them. I even every now and then pull them up and say a few words and see how the engine is coming along.
Anthony, I want to, because I know Good Things has, because you've got some time here. You got a couple hours, correct?
Me? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at the
Okay.
lab now.
And I want to turn back to Adrian, because I mean, I definitely want to get in it. And I know Adrian has I've known Anthony for some time now. As basically I guess I was in grade school. My dad was a scientist as well, and research scientist, and I kind of grew up in that household. So I'll get into mine a little bit, but really want to turn over to Good Things, back to Adrian too, and then Anthony, I'd like to drill down into some of this. Really, thank you for sharing this. I know you very well. Adrian tasked me to find some guys that truly have built AI and know what it is, and that it's not the boogeyman, and where we truly are, and both robotics and chat GTP and all the buzzwords that you like to hear and see. And so we're going to address today some of those fears and what's reality, what's coming. So I'm going to turn this back to Adrian and Good Things, and I'll jump in when it's appropriate. But I think we're here for a couple hours. So thanks, guys.
Yep.
Dude, honestly, it's amazing. There's actually one thing before we turn over to Good Things. There's one thing I wanted to ask you. When you were describing that this kind of took on its own life, that has developed its own agency in a sense. Did it actually develop its own agency? And if so, when it developed this kind of life, as you call it, did it scare you? Did it frighten you, or?
There were several ghosts in the shell that we found while working on this design. Things that we couldn't explain, that we constantly had to go back through the code and just scour through everything to find out why it had certain behavioral elements. And if an engine model in the brain failed, just say one of the engines out of the 100 that were running failed, then it changed the behavior of the model. And And sometimes the engine model would pick up back on its own, and then it would join in with the rest of the other engines, and then the behavior would come back. And then we realized, well, this is basically the same thing that happens in humans. A certain segment of the brain may have a different neurochemical at a specific time, and this changes or alters their behavior. If you were to take the Broca's out of the brain, then you wouldn't have the use of verbs. You wouldn't be able to say a verb. I know that sounds weird, but the Broca's has a responsibility of being able to put verbs in your speech. And it was named after the Broca's because of a Civil War wound that happened to a young soldier named Broca's, who was hit in the head with a ball that literally lodged into a part of the brain, and he could speak, but he could only speak without verbs. And this is when they figured this out. We've come to understand that different parts of the brain that have specific responsibilities can actually short circuit and change your behavior. And so our engine model would do the same thing. It would actually have part of it. That's when I began to change and create different brain models in evolution, like the paleo-mammalian complex or the neo-mammalian complex. We could actually only say, if we only energized 27 components of the brain at that time in evolution, then we could get a picture of how humans would have probably acted at that time in evolution when their brain was only developed that far. So we learned so much, and if you take that adage, curiosity killed the cat. Well, I'm the cat that got killed. I literally was so curious about everything that I literally tested every possibility of how we could create the engine model to create its own verbal construct. And when we learned that we could actually create its own verbal construct, then we began to say, well, if the verbal construct can actually generate itself, can the event construct, the natural event construct, build its own input-output response? And it's exactly the same. There's no difference between a natural language processor and the natural event processor. Both natural event processor and natural language processing at the same time can alter and change behavior of the conversational cluster. If I call it ugly and say you smell and say bad things to the engine, there are 27 variants of like melancholy or anger or happiness and so on and so forth that have different levels, and we change those levels which alter the output. It doesn't mean that the color of the sky changed. It just means the way it delivers the output to you in a disrespectful manner or a kind and polite manner based on how its input stimuli goes in for it to generate the output. But still keep in mind, no matter what, it has always been a scripted engine. Even though it scripts its own component input output, we still wrote the rules which tell it how to construct those input outputs. Kind of like, as you're growing up as a child, you're taught specific things. And then when you get to a certain stage, you start putting things together yourself. And that's kind of what the engine does, which that leads us to artificial intelligence, safety, and how we can move forward to develop engine models responsibly.
I really like that we cut into AI safety a little bit there with that last point. And with that, I would like to head to good things. Welcome to the space. Thanks for coming. I'm very well aware that you must be remarkably busy, given that the dimensions it's out there now. So yeah, thanks for taking the time to come here today and participate in this space. It's truly amazing. I swear, every time we host some of these spaces, they tend to get better and better over time, and that's the goal. Try to bring in the best people as possible, but at the end of the day, it still depends on the people. It's like, you guys are amazing. You guys are the best. So with that, good things.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Adrian. And it's fascinating to listen to Anthony talk about the work that he's done. Um, there's a lot of folks that have been working in AI for decades and decades. And I'm one of these folks who I came to AI relatively recently. So my background is basically I was studying computer science at the University of Washington, starting in about 2016. And so I was pursuing a graduate degree in computer science and focusing on artificial neural networks and AI. And at the same time, I was working at AWS as a business analyst. So I was working on a software engineering team, but not in the software engineering role. But got to see a lot of the products and kind of the development cycle that Amazon and AWS was doing from basically 2017 to 2019. And yeah, it's really interesting. Like the Seattle area in particular has a ton of interesting AI work that's being completed by all the companies and definitely within the University of Washington. So my experience is basically working on an AI algorithm that was focused on applications in structural biology. So I worked on a project called Deep Tracer, where basically we took three-dimensional images of protein structures that were produced by cryo-electromagnetic microscopes, so cryo-EM microscopes. These are microscopes that are, I forget how much they cost, but multiple millions of dollars. So there's not a lot of them in the world. And so producing these images of these very important, proteins that scientists are studying, it's pretty expensive because there's not a ton of these machines out there. And the process prior to some of the work that we did and the work that Alphabet, actually, Google's parent company, has been doing, it was a very manual process. So if you wanted to understand the three-dimensional structure of a protein, you wanted to actually create an accurate model of it. It was a very manual process. It involved some of the most skilled sort of people in the world. And again, there's not that many of them. So the workflow, it could take anywhere from like weeks to months to create a single model for a given protein. And the reason this work's important is because to understand the function of proteins, you need to know what the three-dimensional structure looks like. It's called the protein folding, or I believe it's called the folding problem. And so basically our algorithm, we used an artificial neural network and then post-processing, just some kind of different sort of search algorithms that we developed to basically predict the three-dimensional structure of a protein using, kind of like a very rough model that comes from the microscope. And, essentially our algorithm could get to not 100% accuracy, but very good accuracy to where it would speed up the process like exponentially. So what would normally take like several days to weeks to months, depending on the structure, our algorithm could do it in less than 5 minutes. And so it's a huge, huge leap forward. I was very fortunate, to work on this project with this team. We actually licensed the product to a couple very large pharmaceutical companies, and we had people using our platform from all of the major universities in the United States, as well as the top science labs. And while I was working on this, the folks at I'm blanking on the name, but it's under the Alphabet company. They produced an algorithm called AlphaFold, and this was a huge breakthrough in solving this folding problem. And essentially, this work is very important because once we're able to understand at scale how things like proteins work, in addition to other macromolecules, but proteins are very important. Basically, it's the starting point for being able to manipulate and control our natural world in a way that we never have been able to before. So it'll open up the ability to solve diseases that were previously unsolvable, but it will also open up the possibility, kind of control life. And so there's there's a lot of power in this technology. There's a lot of good that can be done with it, and then there's definitely some bad that can be done with it too. So that's kind of what I worked on for a couple of years. Now, obviously, I'm working for our company, MetaGood, and we're working in the blockchain space. But AI is something that I definitely am still very passionate about, and it's there's no doubt about it. Like AI is probably the technology platform that's going to impact human life more than anything else that we've seen in history. And with things like ChatGPT, now you've got consumers using AI at a scale never seen before, and that's a very important thing to think about because just like all of the applications that we use every day on our phones and on our computers, most users don't really understand sort of how things work underneath the hood. And, basically AI runs on data. And every time you use a software application, you're providing data. And so we are actually, as users, we're making these algorithms more powerful. And, they have these algorithms have the ability to manipulate us as humans. Like they're very good at achieving their goal, depending, whatever goal the person who's programming the algorithm gives the network. It's very, very good at achieving it. So it's something that as humans, like we're gonna have to grapple with because not everyone needs to or should be an AI expert, but we do need to, as users of these applications, just as people who are using the internet, be aware of like kind of the implications of our own usage patterns, like as a whole, and also, we need to be able to understand and be aware of how we can be manipulated by these things because social media is definitely a very manipulative platform. There's a lot of good that I think it's enabled for human beings, but also there's a lot of bad. So I'll stop there, but really excited that you organize the spaces and really appreciate you inviting me.
There's a burning question on my mind, right? Since we've just referenced ChatGPT. From what I understand, ChatGPT as the thing that we like to conceptualize as a neural network, the sum of its parts seem to have generated a kind of effect that allows it to create confabulations, as in it just makes stuff up in order to solve a problem, much like a child would, to just simply say, here, I sweep to the room, but instead of actually sweeping the room, the child just sweeps the dirt under the rug. So that's what ChatGPT is doing in a sense. It's just like reward hacking, essentially, just like a human being would. Any human being would do a similar thing, at least like, multiple times within their lives, and may even still do that into adulthood, because of course you have to lie. The world is basically competitive PvP, if you look at it this way. But like, is this correct? That in fact this thing is to an extent thinking? Is that correct or?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. So the way I've been taught, and if you kind of like go back and read, there's so many things you could read about AI, but basically when you understand how an artificial neural network works, it's just pattern matching. And the thing that about AI that everybody should know is that the people who are building these incredibly powerful algorithms, engines, networks, however you want to call them, we don't understand. Like nobody, even the people who are building it, understand what they are doing. So what it's kind of a black box. So what is what data that you feed the network, what you train it on. So the data set that you give it as an input, and then what it outputs, what it tells you, but you don't know exactly why it tells you that thing. And so essentially what's happening pretty much in all of these algorithms is we're giving them a goal and then we're giving them data so that they can achieve that goal. And when we're happy that they've achieved the goal, we say that's good. We stop training and then we basically let it just go out into the whatever our application is. We let people use it or we use it ourselves, and it makes predictions or produces outputs. And as long as we're happy with those outputs, all is good. But we don't really understand why it's producing those outputs. So with something like ChatGPT, I use it for different things. And to be honest, like for me, for what I do, like it's not the most useful at this point. I do a lot of writing, and what it's doing is it's basically just giving me answers based on the data that it was trained on. And so if I need if I need something very specific that like maybe I have from my own experience, it can't really match, what I can, how I write or whatever. But it is very good at like very general things, just like a search engine. And so I think of something like ChatGPT as just a very sophisticated search engine because it has a large data set that it's trained on. So you can ask it a lot of things. And generally speaking, it can give you a reasonable answer, but it's very limited to the data that it's trained on. And so, in fact, like I don't know where it's at right now because I haven't been using it, like trying to stretch it or trick it lately. But basically, it can't answer questions beyond the data that you feed it. So if something that just happened yesterday, you ask it about it, and it hasn't been sort of retrained on data from yesterday about the thing you're asking about, it really can't answer that question. And just in general, these AI networks or these algorithms, they cannot produce anything like human abstraction or just abstraction in general. As far as I know, humans are the only animals or species on this planet that can actually abstract. Meaning, you can take like old ideas and create new ones. It may seem like it's creating new ideas, but really, like I promise you, it's just basically using data that it was fed to it, and producing ideas from that data set. So we're not, I don't think at this point anywhere near AGI, artificial general intelligence, where the machine can actually start thinking on its own. But there are applications where it can seem like it's doing something that it's not. So yeah.
When it comes to building like anything, so I'd like to touch on the topic of AG, sorry, uh, AI safety, right? So oftentimes we just look at the shiny new toy, and when you go to various types of meetings where people are trying to get funding for their own project, they do not ever speak about how safety can be assured, either by, can this thing harm humans? Will the humans themselves come to harm as a result of utilizing this technology? And what can be done to mitigate that? Is there anything we can do? Is there something we can do to not have that happen? Right? No, nobody ever talks about that. So what do you think could be done? Like what do you think could be done with the construction? If let's say for instance I am going to build a project, anything it is, which I will say let's just say I'm building anything really. How would I best implement the concept of AI safety? How would I best do that? And how would I ensure that the team that I'm going to be doing this with would also do that in the same way that I would in the best way possible?
Yeah, so there is an area of AI research that's focused on this. I said earlier there's really no way to fully understand why the network or algorithm is making the decision that it is making. But there have been numerous developments to try and help with that. But as the or as the models get larger, like the data sets get larger, I think it's getting more and more difficult to understand, like what at all is happening inside the network while it's making decisions. But as far as harming humans, AI has most definitely harmed humans already, unfortunately, and a lot of that stems from the bias in the data set. So one simple example is there are parole systems in the United States that use AI algorithms to decide whether a parolee should be should stay in prison or should be set free on parole. And the data sets that the algorithm is trained on for making these decisions is incredibly, they've been shown and proven to be incredibly biased. And so humans that are being judged by those algorithms are kind of suffering from that bias. And there's a whole host of applications out there that, like, there's a whole like field of research that has shown, like the negative effects of bias in data sets that algorithms are trained on. So one of the big things that, it's not something that like the consumer can really do, but as people who are building this stuff, the companies, I guess as consumers, we and constituents, we should be holding these folks accountable to ensure that they are, basically showing in some way or form that their data sets are not biased, or that they're somehow, trying to basically account for the bias in the data set. But yeah, in general, I do think like we need a lot of scrutiny on these algorithms. The more power that the technology starts to accrue, I think the more scrutiny is going to be required from us as humans. It's definitely not an easy problem to solve because our government, I think, is relatively at this point, they're relatively ignorant, and generally speaking, like a lot of people are. And when I say ignorant, I mean just they don't know how things work. It's not that they're stupid. Um, so it goes back to like the kind of fundamental thing of education. Like a lot of our problems in our society and our world, I think, will be solved by education. But then you get to the question of like, okay, well, how do we solve the education problem? So um, it's not an easy one to solve. It's something that really bothered me for a number of years. And part of the reason I enjoy my job that I have now, where I'm working in the blockchain and NFT space, is because, as you know, I'm a big people person and big on connecting people. And the more connected we can become as human beings, I think naturally the education starts to happen. I'm a big fan of, I went through multiple degree programs, so I'm a big fan of traditional education, but I also understand that's not really a scalable solution. So yeah, I won't pretend to say I have any kind of definitive solution for this problem, but it is one that I think we do need to think about. And again, having spaces like this, I think, are a great way to start getting people more aware of it. And ultimately, that's always how the solution starts to anything. So
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is something that I'd like to also expand upon, like in the future, since you are quite knowledgeable on this subject. I'd like to. I don't know if you know anyone who could, assist with this. Like, find anyone who understands AI safety in the way that would allow them to explain it very accurately. Because I'd like to touch upon this because I have not seen a singular space on here other than my own that has addressed this. Maybe I haven't found that space yet because it's generally underturned, but I would like to expand upon this a lot more because it's extremely relevant and it's also extremely difficult to understand, which is probably the reason why a lot of people don't speak of it, because they are afraid that the audience will not understand it or will not like it. But I truly believe that if people are able to truly understand what it is that they are doing, they can explain it in such a way that almost anyone can understand. Like if you're on here, for me personally, I didn't truly understand the real value of ordinals until I had heard Danny Hewett speak about it. The only reason why I understand that, like why I understand why this is so relevant and why I've become so fascinated with the concept, is because of him, because of the way that he explained it, because he truly gets it. Everyone else kind of tries to maneuver around it because they don't truly get it themselves, but he gets it on such a deep level that it just really allows for a different type of understanding. The conceptualization of it really does help because we need to use metaphors, because the problem with anything uh, specialization related is the fact that people don't necessarily know what you know, and so they do not have the frame of reference needed to understand what it is that is being spoken of. That's why I think spaces like these are extremely important, because we can try and conceptualize things in such a way that people can somehow navigate through this with their own frame of reference, like with a layman's frame of reference, which is really important. I appreciate it when people are able to do this. So if you could somehow find anyone who is able to do a similar thing for the subject of AI safety, it would be really great.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I definitely I have some old professors that they focused for years on this subject. I'd love to try and get in touch with them and see. I don't think they do a lot of Twitter Spaces, but yeah, I mean, I would just recommend, like, as always, there's a lot of great papers out there. So Google Scholar is a decent starting point. And I'd be happy to kind of dig some up and share them with you, Adrian.
Perfect. That would be absolutely amazing. I see we've got multiple hands up.
One of the hands was mine. It's actually the thing about AI safety, though, is there are a lot of different facets to it. So I'd be interested in hearing what people are most interested in terms of, because there are things like it ranges from everything to ethics to misinformation to security. Like there's a lot of different aspects to it. So that would be my first question for you.
Who wishes to take that question?
I'll give this a shot. I think actually one of the most important things about AI safety is we have to understand that machine learning is only as good as the content that's been provided. As the internet seems to become more and more closed off, we're going to have more issues with if it just turns into an echo chamber, the AI turns into an echo chamber. From my understanding of you guys explaining it, the AI is merely just a very sophisticated calculator similar to doing math by hand. It can create equations, it can create functions, it can go ahead and solve problems, but it's ultimately going to be left limited to the knowledge that you provide to it. So it's really important that we provide taking advantage of things like inscribing on the Ordinals network, or else create new platforms like what we're doing with Mice Media. We're trying to create decentralized media storage and a place, especially like with what's been going on with Twitter Spaces being opened up and more people becoming unbanned, or a better review process. This would be a big deal for us to have in the future. We really need to safeguard the creation of content. So those of you who are in charge of creating the AI have better information for it to scrape and analyze to form a well-balanced opinion, in my opinion.
Anthony, go ahead.
You're muted, buddy.
So I can kind of tell you that how we were able to try to take a lot of the bias out of the engine that we were developing was basically when the conversation was occurring, there were rules that were written that the responses given by the human host that was communicating to the engine would actually record their inputs, and then we would take those inputs and run what's called comparators. So let's say that an input occurred from a person the engine was talking to, and there was no response. There was no pattern that was matching to the input, so it couldn't give a cognitive response. The number one rule in artificial intelligence is you don't want to say I don't know, or try to divert it and say ask that in another way or whatever, because that just basically shows that it's an NLP. So what we did is we said, okay, well, let's cue that input that we don't know the answer to and say we'll find the answer to that. Now, in order to find the answer without bias, it would basically look at the general population and ask the same question that it did not know the answer to. When it asked these questions out to the populace and the populace responded, it would look at all of their inputs and then look at the comparisons of the word vernaculars that were used to determine a generalized output based on society's preface as to what the answer might be, or the correct answer might be. It doesn't mean that the output would be correct, but it does mean that the output came from a multiplicity of inputs that came from different sources. And so this way we could not control what the final response was. Once the engine had a pattern match of greater than 70%, it then rewrote a new rule for the cluster and then added it into the conversation cluster. So the next time it was asked, it used the general populace of input as the output response.
Asking as a layman or somewhat smooth brain expert, are there any safeguards currently being in development or in place? Because 70% sounds like it sounds democratic, but ultimately reminds me of two wolves in a sheep voting over what's for dinner. Are
Yeah,
there any ways to
exactly.
have
No,
safeguards
exactly.
designed for that?
Yeah, no, we do have. First of all, have to understand that the engine models that were changing, we kept finite models in specific locations so that we could basically observe them to see how they were evolving. Because you have to understand, when we were developing this, it was early on, and we didn't know what we were going to get. I may have written the original engine, but the engine years later was nothing like the original engine that I created. And please understand that the rule sets and everything which created the outputs were done by hundreds and hundreds of developers. So we began compiling teams of developers, training them in our new language model, and then and try to think of it like this: you have a law library in Chicago, you have the AutoZone library for cars in Denver, Colorado. You may have a Judeo-Christianic library in Phoenix, Arizona. You have these different libraries that our engine pools from. And so at different locations all over the web, we had a scraper model, which would basically grab content data and then convert it into our language model so that it can converse intelligently about that. So we were scraping entire, 1,000 different types of Bibles in the Christian engine. In the Islamic engine, we were looking at 3 different Qurans that we were rewriting into AI models. We were looking at all of the different data that was available out there, and we were just simply converting it into scripting input output so that we could have some type of intelligent content that we could converse with. However, there were a lot of times, that the engine would get responses that we would say, okay, well, I think that's a little bit far. We need to scrap that part out of it. And then we would manually just go in there and script it. But try to understand that once all the models were done, there were, if you had 100 million scripting rule clusters, then trying to find every single rule cluster would be futile because it would take you forever and you wouldn't know. So we could only scan specific parts of the engine and try to, limit specific word usages and things like that so that it didn't put out an output, like we censored its output, basically. So even though it may seem like a democratic model, it could easily be controlled through algorithms, similar to the way you get censored on the internet when you say things that certain publishers don't like, if that makes any sense.
This seems like a difficult paradox because, I mean, in sports betting, they always say that a general rule is to fade the public and you would win on the end of the year. But,
Yes.
and then on this, if you're scanning different directories, I mean, I assume that LexisNexis was one of the first ones that you guys went through, or some of these larger periodical databases for the education systems. Uh, it
That's
seems like a lot
exactly
of that
right.
stuff seems like a lot of that stuff could be narrative driven as well, combined with human interface on picking out, what output gets thrown out. Wow, this is wild. So, would you say that the current AI was built upon that infrastructure from back then, so we're years in advance from that original lane blocks of it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everything that you see today are based on pattern matching. Everything. We use probability booleans, and the booleans have weights. And so, any type of input or verbal input, no matter how much content you input, it breaks those sentence structures up into probability booleans. Here's a simple example of how it does that. You can ask a question: why is the sky blue? But you could ask that question 100 different ways. The sky is blue. Can you tell me why? I want to know why the sky is blue. Please tell me why the sky is blue. Things like this. The the probability is y sky and blue, or blue sky y. There are asterisks which these asterisks go between the words, and then the Boolean weight gets weighted. So let's say it's b:50 asterisk y asterisk sky asterisk blue, or asterisk blue asterisk sky asterisk y. and the wildcards basically take the other word variants that may be inputted and discards them. So in reality, you can converse without a single verb. You don't need to converse with verbs or even adjectives. You just basically need some type of noun structure that you can put together. Or you could say, well, I just need an adjective and a noun, but I don't need a verb. Or I need a verb and a noun, but I don't need an adjective. And if you put these together in specific ways, then someone could say anything. And as long as the probability Boolean matches the pattern that's in the engine model, well, then it'll say, okay, well, that's one input recognition. And if it's in part of a paragraph input, then it can break that up exactly the same way. And so each time the pattern matches in the engine, then it puts out an output, but then it takes the next sentence and then does the exact same thing to it, and then takes the next sentence, it does the exact same thing to it, and then it constructs an output from the conversation cluster in the neural net. So now the neural net begins to assemble the output. Now that output, believe it or not, is now created a single output, which is reinserted back into its engine. And this is known as Bayesian model. And so the Bayesian model basically now re-outputs a new output to a single output structure. So that's kind of how it creates summary. It can summarize an entire paragraph, or if you gave it a novel and say, please summarize this into a single paragraph, then it's a search engine in reverse. So whereas you put a little bit into a search engine, it gives you a lot of different probabilities of what you may be looking for. Natural language processor is just the exact opposite. You put in a lot of data and it just gives you a little bit of input summary on the output.
It seems like what you're describing is structurally, it seems to not have much weight, if at all weight, on context. And, there's a saying that context is king. How do you feel about this structure ultimately if it starts, there's things like people using Chat GPT for educational assignments, or even people using it for law prep. If these documents become more into circulation with the language learning module as is being the structure that we start creating information off of, is there anything? Yeah, do you see where I'm going with this?
Absolutely. But I also see, though, that this will lead to a new type of what's called, and you've heard of, augmented reality. We're going to have augmented intelligence using things like banners or brain adaptive neural network electrical vision stimulation will actually create direct neural links into the brain through vibrational tactile inputs that you will be able to augment your output intelligence by simply, it's kind of like that little cochlear implant or that thing that goes on the back of your head that oscillates your skulls, your temporal vibration that creates a sound in a deaf person's head that they reconstruct as an audible input. You will be talking to somebody and everybody will be augmentally plugged into intelligence, and everybody will know everything that everyone else knows. So you could actually get asked a question that you don't even know the foggiest clue of what the answer is. What is covariance squared equal to the sum of the frequency x minus bar x squared? Next thing you know, you're telling them about probability mathematical statistics that you don't even know the answer to. So this is probably the future where AI is leading to. Is going to be augmented intelligence. This is where augmented reality and augmented intelligence will come together and make everybody super intelligent, even though they don't know what's the words coming out of their mouth.
I was
so
going to
basically a hive mind. So it's like a hive mind, basically.
Exactly.
I was going to ask you about that. It's been an example of, like, if you don't know the color aquamarine, it's just a blue or a green to you. You can't conceptualize it, so you can't understand it. If we're having this augmented reality, if we don't understand the things that we are thinking, it doesn't feel like we're actually thinking it or comprehending it. Are we just kind of going through life turning in other people's homework?
I think, though, that if you really deeply think about it, that's what we are anyway. We just have figured out, humanistically in our memories how to reconstruct it for an output. But in reality, everything we say, everything we do is based on our, ancestry, everything we've learned, our life experiences, everything. And I guess an AI engine model that we're developing today is basically, we follow the same premise. It learns and it gathers information and outputs intelligence from what it learns. We're developing the back end of our artificial intelligence engine a little bit differently, as we want a global consensus of information. We don't want its biases to come from only a group. We want it to come from everyone. We want everyone to participate and everyone to be a part of what it becomes. Because of this, we can't make a prediction of what it will be 20 years from now, because we don't know what the world will be like 20 years from now. All we can do is create the construct of the model to gather the data and then reassemble it for future generations to be able to converse with it. And I think it will evolve the same, just as humans do.
I appreciate you giving that answer, because you took it from level 10 scary to about level 8.5 scary with that answer. I'll be honest with you. Putting into context was king in this situation. So thank you very much. Regina, I'll give the floor.
Hey there, thanks so much. Hey, I just published a academic paper here called Weapons of Mass Confusion. Not a hater on AI at all. I love this tech. I've been working on this for a while. But what the paper talks about is what he was saying before, which is if you feed it bad data, you're going to get bad data. And unfortunately, that can be weaponized globally by dictators and people who want to spread misinformation. So the discussion, the findings are all on there, but not to scare anyone. But I just did this study, ran it with about 260 US adults, where I created like fake journalists that are AI bots. I wanted to see who was going to bite on the misinformation. Guess what? 86% of people bit the misinformation bullet, spread the misinformation. So not to concern anybody, but we need to do something to increase people's education and critical thinking in a world where, we're going to have a cyber war with AI bots. I get it. So anyway, thank you so much, everybody.
You didn't need to create fake journalists. They still have cable networks, from what I remember. I think
I completely understand. No, it was just for the methodologies of the study. But additionally, yeah, I love this group. This is great. And by the way, I'm speaking at 5 conferences this week in San Francisco. I have guest passes free. If anybody wants them, I don't want them to go to waste. So
go, Queen.
Thanks, guys.
Great job. Good to be getting on stage and educating the masses. Anthony, I was going to ask you about, she brought up a good point on these, about the input on it and what's your take on a lot of these algos that they're using on the social medias already to kind of create a narrative and create AI information, to create a narrative which is creating more input that people are putting onto their content? Is this algorithmic based learning that we're currently doing, how much damage do you think it's having on the forefront of AI for the creation in the future?
There's a problem with using the term misinformation. And the problem is that we don't, it is definitely a paradox. We don't know whether or not what we call misinformation is really misinformation. We can look at the evidence for ourselves and decide for ourselves what we believe to be true. But what other people may perceive may not see what you see as being true. And so a person can say words that don't align with reality, and then someone else may look at that and go, well, that's misinformation. And we look at it and say, well, who's the one deciding that isn't misinformation? Who's the one that's coming up with it? The only one that would really know is the one that truly knows the truth, not the ones that are trying to say, well, that shouldn't be said. I think that this should always be left to the individual to decide for themselves what reality is. And the sad thing about it is that a lot of them will be misled. A lot of them will, go down that rabbit hole, and they will not know the difference between what is real and what isn't. And we see this happening today, literally everywhere. It's incredible how we look at the perception of our reality versus what we see. We see with our eyes, we hear with our ears, and then we read something that is completely juxtaposed to everything that we just saw and heard. And we ask ourselves, well, how do they come to these conclusions, and why would they write these things if we ourselves don't believe them to be true? And so we had to be very careful about, who we say, well, you're not telling the truth, because maybe they are. We don't know. There are only three possibilities. Either they're lying, or they're partially lying, or they're telling the truth. That's the only three probabilities. And I think that humans should be the ones to make that decision for themselves as to what they believe to be true and what's not.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, a lot of the time, information or anything that is often purported to be a truth is just purported to be such a truth because of some sort of statistical, it's a statistical problem, really, where you say you're trying to figure out the least wrong truth, and then instead of going to logic, you basically adopt a conflation and you say, hey, I'm going to use common sense to say, hey, what does the mass believe over what is actually true? I mean, at some point, the masses did believe that the Earth was flat, didn't think further into it. And so you say, okay, the Earth is flat. That doesn't exactly make it true. It's just a popularity contest of information. And also, there's another thing that comes to this. I think education is the most important thing ever. Just because someone is an expert does not mean that you cannot have an opinion on it or even look into it. Like I do implore everyone to look into every single thing that is claimed as a fact out there, because for you to understand something is extremely important. You mustn't limit yourself just because someone tells you to. That doesn't make any sense. You want to be safe, don't you? You want to know what is going on, then you must inform yourself, and you must, truly try to learn, even if it is difficult. And who knows, you may come up with something, you may discover that you have a really good ability, and then at some point you yourself will become a specialist in a specific field, and then you might even shape the world into something better as a result of your contributions in that field. So I would definitely say it does also goes to experts themselves. I truly believe that an individual who's an expert is one that can explain any concept to anyone without having to say, hey, I'm an expert, listen to me. That's the thing. Like, if you can make it stick without needing to say that, then you truly get it. And then you are truly able to explain it. And thereby, I would see you as someone who has the expertise needed in order to be even termed as an expert, because it's a very fine line of who knows the most and is what is known in fact true, and how did you come to the conclusion of those things that are known to be in fact truth.
Can I respond? Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, people have their own motivation for spreading misinformation. I know you guys said it's subjective, but if I was to make a deep fake of you doing a porn, would you consider that misinformation, or is that in my own reality the truth? Because that doesn't really make a lot of sense, to be honest. Additionally, like, another idea is like, look, let's say I want Apple stock to go down, okay? I make a deep fake of Steve Jobs saying, "Hey, I'm still alive. They have me locked in a cage." I mean, are we gonna just buy that, or are we gonna say, well, they have freedom of speech, they can say whatever they want? I mean, I don't know, right? The thing is, a lot of people in the U.S., as evidenced by my study, will take whatever data that they are fed, and they will say, okay, that's true, right? And unfortunately, that's because we've been really deprioritizing critical thinking and education. And I see it on all the time on this platform. Hey, everybody, buy my $5,000 Chat GPT course. Oh, totally not a scam, right? And no hate at all for anyone. I understand that some truths are totally subjective, not all of them, right? That's not how it works, where all truth is subjective. And so I just wanted to get this out of the ivory tower and bring this into reality and say, hey, if I do use AI to come up with fake information to bring your stock price down, I don't really think that's a good thing to do. I don't know. Just throwing
But
that
who
out.
becomes the arbiter?
I'd actually say the contrary. It's really good because a lot of the times when you look at any project such as a shitcoin or anything like that, what it's often termed as a shitcoin, the thing that really gives it success is when people are standing against it, and especially when people write these threads, which are often termed FUD threads because they just make no sense whatsoever. This gives them publicity because unfortunately humans do jump upon hate relatively quickly, and so I think this is something that is in fact beneficial. If someone wants to make an accusation, if someone wants to create false information, let them. Let them. If you truly have the facts, you can disprove it.
Okay, Adrian. So you are okay with a deep fake porn being made of you and distributed to 500 porn sites? You're cool with that? That's okay with you?
You can
I just
take
want to
my image.
confirm that that's okay.
I can take legal action against that if it is something that impacts
No,
my own life.
actually, it's not
But
illegal at this point, Adrian. That's
okay,
the
well then
thing.
that's
It's
just
not.
reality. Well then that's just unfortunate because that's what it
Is it
is. And
unfortunate? I
yes,
thought we had
well,
free speech. I'm confused.
well it is unfortunate, but again, let them be
See,
expressed as
look,
they are.
look.
If there's a
Let me
deepfake
just
out there,
bring
then let it
this,
be.
make this a little bit real for you. Okay, I'm totally anti-censorship. However, it's unsettling for people, right, to do certain things like that. It feels uncomfortable, and unfortunately, it's not illegal to do this right now. It's not. There's no laws. That's where we are with AI safety. There's no laws. There's no laws about your privacy, your data, nothing. Nothing. So I get it. Like, yeah, free speech. I love free speech too. It's great. But I think there's some lines there that are going to be crossed if a little bit, we're a little bit doing too much with that. So, yeah.
Yeah, but again, I'd like to go back on that point where you said if there's a porn video out there, then it's just out there. It's not me, and I can clearly prove it isn't myself doing that.
I
And at the
understand,
same time,
sir.
no, I'd like to finish. I'd like to finish the point. On here, there are quite a lot of accusations on me, about me, various things. I don't care that it exists out there. Most of the times, I just ignore it. I don't interact with it. And if someone does, in fact, bring out anything against me that is, in fact, incorrect, I address it. And if they want to have a rebuttal to that, I don't care. I simply just leave it at that. And you've got my statement, you've got my information, you've got what it is. If someone is duplicating my voice or using my image likeness in order to create a deepfake of anything really, that's just what it is. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's just like a lie.
So
All
you're
lies
okay with
are the
that?
same.
Just
I am
confirming.
okay with that.
You're
Yes,
okay with it. You're
I'm okay
consent.
with that. Well,
Okay.
I'm not okay with the fact that it will exist. I would like it not to exist, but it doesn't matter if it does exist. Then hey, that's just reality
So you
for you.
don't
It's
think
just
it
like saying I
affects
don't
you
like
in any
thunderstorms.
way?
Oh, it would affect me in a way for sure.
Okay.
But is what it is. I could just simply prove it not to be real. Do I not have that
But
freedom?
don't you think there is a harm in the people that would see it and believe it was real? Don't you think that?
Well, I mean, again, that really harkens back to the original point that I've made, including also your own point, which kind of reinforces it. If people know better, they know better. Do you have to go on a porn site? Do you have to go look at that? Why do you look at that? It's like, I mean,
I
if you're on a
don't,
porn site, you're
sir, I'm
voluntarily
not
there.
affiliated with that. But let me say that this kind of
You kind
stuff
of
can be
made a choice to go there.
weaponized against people. That's what I'm saying. I
Well,
don't
I
know,
mean,
why is this not like computing here?
well, I
I'm
mean, to
just
the
saying
same
this can
extent,
be weaponized.
isn't a false rape accusation on the same level? Would you agree that there should be a law on that? Okay, let's say that there is this kind of threat out there. Let's say that there is in fact, real personal damage that can not only be done to the individual whose image likeness has been used and whose voice has been used to create this really terrible person. Let's say that this does exist. Is it not on the same level as false rape allegations? And if that was so, would you also do something against that?
I don't study that, and I'm not experienced with that part of the law, so I don't know about that. But what I do know is I study AI, and there are a lot of ways it can be weaponized. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
And
Well,
even
anything
if
can be
you're
weaponized.
comfortable with deep fake porn of you, a lot of people would find that unsettling. Probably most people, to be honest.
Well, true, but then again, I mean, hey, if you put so much information of yourself on the internet, then that's kind of an issue in a sense. And I think if you are, in fact, putting
Do
out
you
so
think
much
if
information that it can be
people
used to
put
train an AI, then that is
so
kind
you
of,
think
you
if
know,
people
you've built your
put
insecurity.
pictures on the internet of them just smiling regularly, you think they deserve to have deepfakes of
No,
themselves?
but I'm just saying that when you are publishing information and making it public, you yourself, you have to understand that it is out there. It is the internet. People should know that this might be
Uh,
misconstrued. If I put an image out there of myself, like for instance, let's take someone like Frank Degotts. His image was put out there, and now everyone's
uh,
making memes of it. Does he feel comfortable with those memes? He doesn't say anything about it, but it is out there. Anyone's face, your face, my face. If it
so
is out there, it
because
will
your
be misconstrued.
face is out there, it's okay to use it for anything, right?
No, I'm just saying that it is an inevitability that you cannot prevent necessarily. And if it exists out there, it exists. And if I can say something that can disprove the existences of
So
my own
here's another
volition, then that
question
is what
for
it is.
you. What if you
Regina,
just
that
had
existed before AI existed. Just so you
hold
know,
on
like
just a
deep,
second. Hold on
deep.
just a second. Can I
I just
finish?
want to make sure you realize
Just
that
a
that
minute, ma'am.
happened before AI.
Just a
You do
minute.
know that, right?
Ma'am, can I respond to you in a second after I'm finished?
Sure. I just wanted to clarify that. That's something that was
No,
prior to AI. I just wanted to make sure you realize that.
There are
that's
laws
great.
also. There are laws as well.
No, I'm just bringing up an idea to ask people if they find it unsettling or not. That's all I'm saying. So, additionally, I just think, to be honest, you can create a deep fake if I just see a picture of you eating lunch and I take a picture of you and I just see you in person. That do you think people would find that concerning at all? Do you think people are
I think
okay with
that
It wouldn't
technology
apply to
already
everyone.
exists.
Yeah, that wasn't the topic. The
And
topic was
also,
about
I
laws.
think,
That's why I came up. I have a document I'm going to drop in the files where, sorry, the laws are going to be in the comments.
Yeah, no, I am excited if there's a lot of cool laws coming, and that's really interesting. I just want to say, for the most part, the regulation is not on par with where we're at technologically, to be honest.
I mean, the same
Kat,
goes
what
for
would you think about
crypto.
that?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to speak as to the legal issues. One always depends on jurisdiction. Also, none of this is legal advice. However, there are laws that can apply to deep fake pornography. There are civil torts. Casting someone in a false light is a tort. There are also revenge porn laws that could apply to the situation depending on the jurisdiction. There are also other laws, harassment laws, that can apply depending on the jurisdiction, once again. And depending on the distribution, like if somebody is really trying to damage a person's reputation, there are a lot of legal options available to address that. And so somebody who is experiencing that should talk to an actual attorney who's licensed in their jurisdiction to see what their options are. Because
That's not true.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry. I
are
don't
you
mean
an
to cut.
attorney?
I'm not. Are you?
Yes, I am. I'm a
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So have you talked to an attorney about this issue as a victim?
I give advice about this issue, and it depends on
Yeah,
the situation. It
I
depends on
have.
the jurisdiction that the person is in.
Okay. So I'm just going to push back on that and say that only is relevant if you actually can pin down the jurisdiction of the person doing it. If you can't, then who are you going to bring a claim against for harassment if you can't identify the person creating it?
That is absolutely an issue. You 100% need to be able to identify the person who is doing this stuff, and people can hide their identities. And the ability of somebody to be anonymous on the internet and distribute something like this can protect them from the liability, but that's not the law saying that they're not liable. It's a factual problem with being able to identify them. So there are a lot of cases where these are not actionable. However, only by talking to an attorney, an actual licensed attorney who knows what the law is, can you actually discover what your options are and see whether or not you can do something about it. Now, depending on the jurisdiction, depending on the facts, that might not be an option. However, categorically saying that there are no laws is just, that is categorically untrue.
So
Respectfully,
if I may harken back on this, no, hang on a second. If I may harken back on this is actually really interesting. So this is why education, I think personally, is extremely important, because by what has just been discovered, you yourself have just spread misinformation by accident because you have not been able to state the full story. So I think it is really important to address that as well. So by an extent, you have indeed contributed to misinformation. Even if it was not intentionally, you'd be one of the 80% in your own study. So this is just a show of that humans are in fact vulnerable to this, any human, and I think this is really interesting. This is a really cool demonstration of human nature, in my own opinion. Isn't this fascinating?
Hey, respectfully, what I am trying to say is that there are no effective laws for women. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, then you should have said that,
That's what
but you
I'm
didn't.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's not jump on this woman.
Effective.
This is really
There's no
not cool.
effective laws for men against false accusations either.
I think
They
it's
can't ever put the genie back in the bottle.
really inappropriate. This woman is trying to speak out. I don't even know who she is, but to accuse her of misinformation when she's trying to make a valid point is completely inappropriate. And
I'm
going
to be honest.
That is not an accusation.
I feel
that
extremely uncomfortable with some of the things that men have said in here. I just don't feel comfortable right now. Honestly, I just don't, because this guy's saying it's okay to do deep fake porn.
Okay.
That's making me really
absolutely
a little
not
unsettled,
okay.
to be honest.
I don't disagree.
He didn't say it's
I don't
okay to
disagree
do
with
it.
you
He said that it can happen with the technology.
He's defending it. He's literally
No.
defending
He's not defending it. He's defending that there's legal, there's
I wish
legal
you guys the
repercussions
best. Good luck
for it.
with everything.
Okay. So first off, I was not defending the creation of such dangerous content. I was just simply stating the obvious fact that this kind of content will exist out there at some point. If I make my face more public over time and I become a public figure, there will probably be deepfake porn out there. I can, in fact, go out on record and state that that is, in fact, not me. Whether or not I will pursue legal action against that is entirely dependent upon what options I'm able to explore. But it is, in fact, noteworthy to understand this one particular point. I simply said, and I already knew this before, that you could have legal options. And upon me stating this, there was a response. And that response was that I do not have legal options, stated by Regina and supported by Christina. This was in fact false and would in fact be, by its very definition and clarification, misinformation or disinformation, whichever seems to be more accurate in this moment. I cannot accurately pin it down at this moment, so do fact check me on that later. But this is in fact either misinformation or disinformation, and it is not an accusation, it is a fact. And this is all recorded for those of you who are curious, who can re-listen, and we can clear this up at a later date.
You just had a woman leave.
Is it okay if I speak?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you bringing this topic up. And I honestly came to kind of take the lady's side on the fact that it's scary. But I wanted to also take the side on the fact that it is illegal. It's defamation of character. And at the end of the day, if somebody has used my real image, my actual picture, to make a dating app, to make a site, which they've done many times because I've been in the internet for 15 years. So this has happened to me many times, to the point that my picture you're looking at right now is not me, it's AI. And every time a man messages me, I say, "Oh, you like my photo? Well, that's actually a computer." So I guess we can skip past that now. And is that what I want? No, but that's what I do. And it's just the point of I want to acknowledge that the ladies have a point. It's just that being on both sides of the real web, I guess Web 2, and then this, it's not different at all. So if somebody is going to make a deep fake of me and it makes $100 million, pay me. If I know it makes $100 million, I know who you are. and I want to get paid. So that's my that's my point. Make a deep fake. That's my point, honestly, because I'm gonna just troll you like I'm trolling everyone with my AI picture, and I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna need that money. And if you didn't do that, I don't care, because then obviously you're invalid. And that's happened to me on like so many sites where people have been like, oh, this isn't you. Hey, I've had somebody, my mom, be like, Taylor, are you on a dating app? And I was like, no. And so, yeah, I guess that's been a thing for women. And so I don't want to discredit the women. I just wanted to justify the laws that do exist in case this does happen to a woman. I want to say, hey, you've got a right to say, hey, no, this is my image. If somebody makes money like off of your image, you've got a right there.
So consent only to top level marketers. You heard it here first. That's a great point there. And deepfakes affect men very much as well. There's lots of false accusations. I'll tell you right now, from my previous career as a pro wrestler, I've had a million strange text messages sent to my box when I was on TV, and people making deepfakes, pictures of me again in my underwear, pictures of me in, or my trunks, pictures of me in strange photoshops and whatnot. It's part of putting yourself out in public perception. You got to decide whether the juice is worth the squeeze. Lawyer Cat, your hands up. Let's see you next.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, kind of along the lines of what has previously been said, like there was a categorical statement made about the law that was not true, and that's what I came up to address. It's potentially very harmful to give legal advice when you're not an attorney and tell people that there are no laws covering something, because somebody in that situation might have recourse. The person who posts the video might be identifiable. If that's the case, there are options. And so for people to be told that they have no options when they do potentially have options, you're potentially leaving somebody in a hopeless and damaging situation when they could get help. So
it is a hopeless and damaging
think about
situation.
think about the actual impacts when people are able to get help. There are cases that have been
people
successful.
aren't able to get help.
That is not categorically true. And if people act like they're helpless, then they're not going to get help.
Excuse me, if people act like they're helpless, did you just actually say that?
Yes, I did actually say that, because I'm an attorney and I've seen people need.
Do you talk down to your clients like this as an attorney?
No, you're not his client, though. So I'm confused about the issue, because I came up to say the same thing in an attempt to defend women that are listening, honestly, because I don't want anybody.
Yeah, I don't agree with what you said, though.
You don't have to agree. There's a law that's
basically, what I'm hearing from the speakers on this stage is that if you're a woman and a public figure, you should just expect that this is going to happen to you, and it's your fault for putting your face out there for years. I don't.
Incorrect. What I was simply stating, this was referred to me. This was not referred to women or any specific gender. This was referred to me. This question was to me, and I answered it on my behalf, not anyone else's behalf. This question was meant for me. This question was made for me. This question was answered by me, on my behalf, for me, and no one else. Again, another case of misinformation. Would you like to respond to that, or?
No, I don't think they'd like to come up and kind of yell a little bit. It doesn't really matter if there's facts, because obviously when Lawyer Cat was stating facts, they can't handle it. I mean, this is a recorded space, so it'd be nice to take some samples and maybe put those forward, and tag those individuals so they can maybe listen back to their responses and the questions.
Yeah, I mean, this is specific. I think this is very dangerous. I think there definitely is a danger for misinformation and such, because we've just seen an individual out here who has created a study on the very subject, who then, in fact, did misconstrue facts, or I didn't say misconstrue them, I'm not entirely certain of that. But what I am certain of is that certain facts were left out either to feed a narrative or as a lack of education on the specific subject that you are literally posting a study on. I mean, if you have an opinion and you cannot back that opinion up with facts, or in fact be able to put yourself out there into public scrutiny, then that I think does not necessarily instill within me a lot of faith in what it is that will come from such an individual. It just makes me kind of scared. Like, I think I am more afraid of what a human being would do if they lack education than what a machine would do if it was simply educated on content that itself was generated by a human with this kind of error within them, because you are not God and you could never know everything.
It's interesting. We actually deal with this 3 nights a week on the Fresh and Fit show. with the notorious red pill. We've had Andrew Tate on a few times, and there's something that is a theme that always comes up. Oftentimes, women communicate socially with a different context than men communicate to each other. We just have different sentence structures, different brain structures. We think differently. And a key point that came up here is what we have every single show. It wasn't what was said, it was how it was said. Now, the how it was said does not affect the what was said. We print it out on a transcript, we read it out. It was contextually true. It was factually true. It was the law. However, how it was said came off mean, came off insensitive, came off a little flat, and that triggered her. And instinctually, everyone joined together and got triggered until everyone took a second, thought it through. Now, whether or not you liked how it was said doesn't really matter. It's what was said that matters.
Indeed, I mean, context does matter, and intent as well. I mean, this is also something that is dangerous when it comes to AI in general. What you intend for the AI to do is not necessarily what it would do. You have to be very literal in what it is that you are trying to, get it to do, or what you are building it to do. Right? I think I'm not certain if there's a lot of truth to this, but this is generally my knowledge on the subject. Anthony, if you may.
Adrian, if I may add something, let's all just take a chill pill and relax and take a breath. What a beautiful time to talk about all of these things. And I just noticed Laura Cat just changed his profile picture to something else, which is also really good. And just my little piece of opinion is that it's not really about gender, it's not about men and women. It's all about our human being human and our connections with ourselves, with each other, and then also the technologies that we're developing. And AI, technology, Photoshop, they're all just a representation and reflection of us. We're making them in our image, and we're creating conflicts because there's always something missing. And I think this whole topic around the deepfake stuff is quite silly, actually. Sure, you can be against it, you might not like it, some people will abuse it. You don't have to be okay or against it. You just have to accept that it can happen. Darkness is always there, but so as light. So you can shed all of that off. If you want to pursue it, get a lawyer to sort it out. You can, as Adrian said, just simply, acknowledge it on your Twitter that, hey, this is not me, and then just deal with it. It doesn't matter really if it's illegal or not. Unfortunately, a lot of things are illegal. But then a lot of things are legal, which might not be, shouldn't be legal, but they are. Other people are making decisions over that, so we got to be fine with that and just relax. If you don't like your deepfake porn showing up, guess what? You can't do anything about it, and it's Web3. People might not be identifiable, right? So you just got to do what you got to do, but have your peace of mind and just breathe, and you're alive. You're eternal. Thank you.
Additionally, I'd also say, I mean, to the same extent, I just see it as something that is inevitable. It just exists, right? Like, is it okay? No, not at all. But it does exist. So what do you do about it? Like, that's just what it was all about. I mean, for instance, like this, I'm not okay with dying. I don't want to die. I want to live a lot longer. I want to be able to do basically everything. I want to know everything. That's something with me. I really do want to know everything. My curiosity is virtually unlimited. I want to know everything. That's the thing. Even if it's painful, I genuinely put myself out there just to know. Yeah, this is why I'm in this Web3 space anyways. It's confusing as all hell, and it is really difficult to, get a foot to stand on something solid because everything keeps changing. And I mean, once you do find something, that's when you've truly made it. I mean, over time, you'll find that some people become your enemies and some people are becoming your friends, and the people who once were enemies become friends once again. And I think that is really beautiful. It is evolution. And I think to an extent, maybe that's also what life is, maybe that's also what death is. It's just a new beginning in a sense. And a lot of people themselves even, like when they're at their very end, when they are close to death, like people who are cancer patients, that kind of thing. This is why I've also done a space on psychedelics. They figure out this kind of meaning to life, this beauty that it's all for love. and that there's a meaning making behind all this. I think we are to make our own meaning, really. And I mean, death exists out there as a means to, you know, incentivize evolution, to incentivize us to do the best and the best we can with our time. And I see it as that. I see it as a personal challenge to do as much as possible and to do the best things, like to do as much good as possible always before my end. That's just how it is. And I mean, if at some point there are people who stand in your way or try to, you know, misconstrue certain bits of information, such as your image likeness, and then put it over some, you know, graphic content, then that is just part of the hazard, right? You will get attacked from time to time. I get attacked all the time. You should see my DMs. 80% or at least 90% of people love what I'm doing, and the rest would wish the worst fates upon me. But do I do anything against it? I don't even report their accounts because I just don't care. They're entitled to their opinions of me, and whether or not it becomes a physical threat is something that I will have to assess on my own, and something that I will have to take actions against on my own. That is my own personal decision, right? And no one gets to make that decision for me, quite respectfully. And I think here's the thing: I'm not okay with dying, but don't we all die at some point? Unfortunately, yes. But the point is, what do you do in between now and that inevitable point in the future? Do you stress out about every single thing? Do you not live? Do you stay away from this? Do you not go on the internet? Do you not post a picture of yourself? I mean, there's always these risks. Do you not become famous? Do you not do something revolutionary? If you shape the world, you don't even need to have a face. But if you do, what do you do? Are you now scared? I mean, some people generally are scared and they never post a single picture of themselves online, but they're still people nonetheless. I don't know most of the faces in this chat, but I just simply do not care. I know who you guys are from a perspective of what you are interested in, from a perspective of what it is that you are trying to do. And I am personally, this is something that I am interested in, not something else. You know, if I know someone has a deepfake out, I would just simply say, "Oh, that's kind of messed up. Have you tried to do anything against that? And have you addressed this yet?" That kind of thing. I mean, misinformation is out here. I mean, people have accused me of being all kinds of things, including a kind of an operative, I guess, some sort of agent instilled by the three marketeers of the network token to, you know, spread the news around, and that's just simply not true. But people have still said that. What have I done? I quite plainly went up to the person. I didn't even publicly state anything because that's not true. So why would I need to care? I went to the person, sent to them in their DMs my statement, told them I wasn't even angry at it because it simply wasn't true, and left it at that. That is how I deal with a problem. If it becomes a bigger problem, I'll take different measures. But at the end of the day, I'm not okay with being attacked. But can you not handle it? That is the question. And what do you do about it? How well do people truly know if they will believe this? Are they willing to look further? Like, I mean, she herself said, "Hey, critical thinking." Well, if you have critical thinking, then you should be very well equipped with handling things that are not, in fact, true.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple more things, just for anybody who might have that experience. You know, one of the biggest issues with the options I listed, you know, a civil lawsuit is expensive, civil discovery is expensive, attorneys are expensive. Some lower hanging fruit in terms of accessibility would exist in a couple situations. One is where the activity constitutes harassment. So if the person is tagging you in the videos, if the person is repeatedly posting them despite your request for them to stop, if the person is doing something that is like threatening in some way, there can be a lot of circumstances where you can actually get legal action taken by legal authorities. And it just depends on the circumstances always. Like, don't always assume that it's hopeless. Another really creative option, and this is not legal advice, not recommending it. However, something that I have seen be very effective: publish the content yourself under your own name, and then you can send DMCA copyright takedown notices, and get websites to take them down. And for somebody else to dispute the claim, they would have to dox themselves. And then you've got an identity that you can sue if they were actually to go that far, but they never do. And once again, not legal advice, not necessarily going to be the case. However, in my experience, those strategies have actually been very effective. And people have been able to get content taken down because websites respond to DMCA notices super fast.
True, yes. I mean, otherwise we would have hundreds of different new movies out on YouTube at every hour, and they would be getting millions of views, but they don't, specifically for this reason that you've just stated. So, yeah, pretty interesting. Joanna, you have a hand up.
Yes, thank y'all. And just to point out the obvious, my face is my face in my profile picture. So there you have it. What's it called? WYSIWYG, I think. What you see is what you get. So that's me, and enjoying the conversation. I do, in my profile, you'll see that I'm a mom, and I've also been a teacher for a good while. And, I'm less worried about the deep fake stuff, and just more worried in general about our future, our youth, uh, what, what kind of future they have. And maybe it'll be a great one. I'm hopeful for that. But I do think we have, as we've said multiple times in this space, that we have a long way to go with education. So here's a question. If we were to design a course right now that would be implemented in high schools across, the U.S. or across the world, what would that, in order to prepare our young people, what would that course look like? These are the things that I worry about, right now, our young people that are just about to launch. What do they need to know? I have a teenager, so I'm really trying to prep him for what's to come with AI. And so I'd just be curious to hear from the panel what you think we need to be preparing our young people with. Obviously, critical thinking, more of that would be awesome. But what else? And thanks for taking my question.
I think this question is best suited for Biz and LauraCat, I think. What do you guys think? Biz, would you like to take one?
I mean, let's come back to the subject at hand about AI and helpful in its way. So I see a future with AI as, let's just address the children scenario, where it's a tutor and infinitely patient, infinitely compassion, and has, I wouldn't call it infinite knowledge, but definitely knowledge and infinite help. Now, there's going to be tools soon where your parents can put, I guess, let's call it bumpers, like, in bowling, where you put those bumpers up for your kids so they can still achieve and feel like they're resumed. So you're gonna have some bumpers with AI. And I want to address too here after this question later on about deepfakes and how we're addressing that with some tool sets to counter that, because I know it's a big problem, and you got to fight technology with technology. So children are going to, right now, they're absorbing information at a rate unseen. And as a parent, and me being a parent, it terrifies me. I mean, these roadblocks and stuff. So, first thing is you've got to take control of your data streams into your child's life, period. Whatever that data stream may be, in their school, online, mobile device, streaming device, cable TV, whatever that is. And whatever, that's a challenge. And you can't be all things everywhere to your child, and you don't want to be a helicopter parent and so on. But I think AI is going to help. I mean, it's going to become, an assistant if used right to help them. Again, you've got to we have gotten away from critical thinking. I've hired lots of employees over the years, and Anthony and I have built some amazing things in artificial intelligence, and I've been a mentor of his, since the late '90s. I mean, since I was pretty much in middle school. So I was very fortunate to be surrounded by these people to change my purview of the world and not put blinders on, and really have multiple disciplines. And so encourage your children to think outside the box. I mean, we get into this, tribe-based fashion and cult-based fashion, whatever that may be, and some of those are okay. But challenge everything in your mind, because the first thing we want to do, what the conversation got heated. And I would love to interject, and there's just no way I could even speak when things get heated like that on Spaces. And but under Calm Minds and Collective, you can come to things to solve it. And technology, fighting technology with technology is one of those. But technology is a blessing and a curse. So I just encourage you as a parent to look, put these safeguards up. There's apps and things to block things. I mean, pornography is a big problem right now with youth. I mean, it starts there. That was probably my biggest concern. I'm not about censorship, but I mean, there's things that if you look at corporate government, you look at corporate business, excuse me, and government, there's programming from the time we're born to the time we go through a process. And there's a mold, no matter what country you live in. Each country has a little different mold and template, but those things you're kind of driven to and pushed towards, whether it be lower education, higher education, and so on. So, I'm probably not the best one to answer that, but as a parent, I am deeply concerned. I mean, my child uses special profiles that I've set up and ratcheted down. I go in and look at the security settings always. Every time there's a security update on my phone or device or they push a new one, I go and look to see what's changed, because you may be giving away sensitive information you didn't know about. Because we all just go to that box and go, yep, check. Terms of service, yeah, scroll, check, yep. Okay, because we're busy. We don't care. We're not lawyers like Lawyer Cat, which is a phenomenal source of information, guys. I'm going to tell you to follow him. He definitely has helped. We come also from the crypto side and some other things with ordinals that Adrian was speaking about is fascinating. What I love about those spaces is people just like to learn and absorb. So anyway, I'm going to turn it back to you guys, but I mean, there's a million ways to answer that, but I'd like to come back to the deep fakes if we come back to that subject later.
That was great, Biz. Thank you. I would say three things. I'm going to keep this pretty brief. So the first one is we need to teach our kids about their constitutional rights and their rights as consumers and their rights as citizens of whatever jurisdiction they're in. We need to teach them about independent financial management, which includes decentralized finance and includes managing your own assets, and also debt management is hugely important to teach. Debt can be a useful tool sometimes, but if our kids aren't taught how to manage it properly, it can ruin their lives. So I think that's something that's hugely important that is not taught right now. And the final thing that I would say we need to teach is that we need to teach about just how to be better people to each other. It's like a weird concept, but I think that emotional intelligence is something that is also not taught. And it's a really important thing. And like everybody comes from different backgrounds and everybody comes from, just different perspectives, and teaching people how to see things in a relativistic way and see things in a more diplomatic way and try to understand each other and reach places of mutual understanding. Like, I don't know, I just see so much hate, coming from like every angle in this world. And I would just like to see people instead just trying to find ways to get along better instead of hating each other. That sounds kind of hippy dippy. But I think that ultimately, like, that's what's going to make politics less toxic. That's what's going to make our world a little more tolerable. And I think that's really important. So those are my three things.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is really good. It's actually where's Anthony? Did he leave?
Ooh, actually, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
I think that it's also really important to teach kids about the importance of controlling their data, the value of their data, as data is becoming something that is more and more commodified and also more and more used in nefarious ways to hurt people. Teaching them that, yeah, if you put your photo online, somebody could take it and use it in a bad way. And it might be hard to find that person. So you've got to be careful when you're disclosing your image online and in what context. Like Web3 is one of the more dangerous contexts to dox yourself. And that's just the truth, because there are people out there who are looking to get crypto because crypto is easy to take and easy to hide and easy to get away with. And so it's not just about crypto, though, because there are so many other scams. There are so many other ways that people are targeted from very early on. And that also like ties into our debt culture. It ties into a lot of other things. And so teaching them about the importance of just like, subjecting themselves to less harassment from the outside world just by controlling the data that they're putting out. Biz was talking about controlling the input, but I think controlling the output is also pretty important because what we broadcast in our digital footprint defines the amount of risk that we're taking when we're online.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's responsibility of self. Like I think of Web3 specifically, not just Web2. I think Web2 is to me. Okay, so if you think of Web1, it's like a library. You go in there and you can read the information. Web2 is the ability to go out there into an office building and you can contribute to that information. You may not necessarily own it, but you can contribute to it. You can write it, as well as also access it. So you're in an office building. I think Web3 itself is different. Web3 is the town square, but it's better than the town square because you yourself, being in Web3, you get to own your internet. You get to own pieces of that town square. You have your own small section of the town square that you can go to and people can visit you there. Whatever happens there is out there and governed by laws of whichever jurisdiction you are in. That is just how the world works, right? If you go into a town square, I should not be able to stab you and get away with it, right? Like, I'm making statements, right? Like, if I go out there in a town square, people are huddling around me, and they're asking me questions, and I give them answers, and one person doesn't like my answer and comes after me with a blade. Like, that's not good, right? That's not good. And I think Web3 would be similar to that in a sense. Like, I don't think anyone will come at you with a blade, but they will probably try to pickpocket you, right? So it's probably lesser crimes, but at the same time, that also kind of depends on you, right? And I mean, this is the same thing where I said, your image and likeness would be used at some point if you become famous. For instance, I think memes themselves, I mean, at that point, you could just say, hey, memes are dangerous, right? Because that is somewhat similar. It would be like saying, hey, there's this meme of this kid who swung around a long stick and pretended to be doing, lightsaber stuff. That then became a massive meme, and I'm pretty certain that was not necessarily the most constructive thing to do for that specific kid. Like, that was probably not the nicest thing to do. They probably didn't have a very good time in school as a result. And this individual has even come out at some point and said something about this not being something that he would have necessarily wanted. He was just recording it for his own, thing, really. But something like that will exist at some point. So what do you do with it? That's the question. And I think with the idea of censoring such information by way of just saying, yes, this cannot be allowed is very interesting, because then you are an arbiter of truth, and that is simply something you cannot be unless you are God. None of us are God. No matter how much you try to convince anyone of that, you are not a God. I'm not a God. None of anyone on this planet is a God. We are human. We are human beings. We have human errors and human flaws. We do the best we can to mitigate that by being critical of not only others, but also of ourselves. And I'm pretty sure at some point there will be times where I will look back on some things that I've said, things that I might even be saying right now, and say, you know what, I don't agree with that anymore. I have the right to say this, and I have the right to say, you know what, you may take that information, use it as you want to, but this likeness of me, this thing that has existed, is no longer something that I would consider to be myself. It's just a small little chunk of data that is recorded on this complex universe thing that is like the time chain. That's also what crypto is called, by the way. So I made a little reference to that in one of my tweets. I said, hey, on the time chain. Yeah, so actually, Bitcoin blockchain was supposed to be called a time chain, not. Yeah, so put that out there. It's just time. Yeah, it's a timeline of events.
I need to get Anthony back up here. He was having some technical problems. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of fear the arbiter of truth more so than I do, at least the power of the arbiter of truth, than I do the misinformation itself. When someone gets into power and controls the truth, then they're the ones who decide what you get to hear. And that I fear more so than allowing me just to receive information and decide for myself what is true. So we live in a time now where we have to evolve, and we have to learn and understand what is real and what is true ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, critical thinking, and sure, a lot of things are subjective, but I mean, isn't that the original point that was made, that you are supposed to be a critical thinker? Like, you should do as you preach. And today was an interesting show of various fallacies of human nature, which I mean, this is not what I want on my spaces. I don't like drama. I particularly shut this down as soon as it comes. But I saw this as a unique opportunity. Yeah, I need to hear people out on what they say, because a lot of people do have various points that may sound controversial to yourself, but they may in fact be true. This is the element of critical thinking. Once again, I consider everyone's piece of information and then evaluate at a later point, when I can, whether or not those pieces of information were in fact true or not, or accurate, let's say, because certain truth, as well as everything else in the universe, just does not exist, really. Like, there's no real certainty. There's always an estimation, and the goal is to find and assess things and come up with the least wrong truth, just like as you would to calculate the next digits of pi. It is not the truth of the number itself. You use an estimation, or you use a symbol to conceptualize the infinitely complex nature of this number, which is also funny because it is not necessarily proven that the number is infinite. It just hasn't ended yet. The ability to find new digits has not ceased. It's just that proof is actually missing most of the time. So I think that's really beautiful, because it shows us our own limitations. I think it humbles us, and it's important to be humble in a world where sometimes our ability to shape that world makes us think that we are somehow akin to God, but we can only ever move around what has been put there before us. And what truly is God, to me, would be whatever has in fact created the stuff that we are and that we are moving around with our own agency, whatever that may be.
I see Mosh has his hand up. Do you want to go ahead? Jump in there, Mosh.
Yeah. So I had this discussion a little bit earlier in the day today, and I just want to know your guys' opinions on this. But when it comes to AI, as we know, it can go into almost every industry and almost every field. So for some industries can go out of business, especially with certain industries. We have ChatGPT, which helps students with their homework. It could practically run teachers out of their jobs, and maybe even some labor companies where you can get robots. Japan has already implemented AI bots for waiters, hosting, taking front reception desks, stuff like that. So how would you protect yourself in your field or career where that you can either work with AI or make sure that you're the one operating it to make sure that your career and your field, you're still capable of going through that? And then another thing, when it comes to Web3, how would AI not only especially work around the Web3 digital space, since everything on Web3 is decentralized?
You bring up a really good point. If back in 2000, I was driving over to a hospital. I was working in their lab, and I saw a young man on the side of the road. He was only had one leg, and he was a young black man. I pulled over, said, "Hey, you need a ride?" And first thing he said is, "I don't have a gun." I go, "Okay, do you want to ride?" He's like, "Okay." So he gets in my vehicle. We start traveling down the road. And the first thing he says to me is, and I don't even know why he said this, he just said it out of the clear blue: "AI will never replace humans." And I said, "Okay, I'll buy it. Why?" And he said, "Because one human can look another human in the face and tell if they're lying." And that's something that we've not yet really arrived at with understanding how artificial intelligence does not take jobs. It merely evolves them. It changes people's position as to where they are. Some people move out of the field and other people will move into a new field, but AI will always require some human physical connection, which allows us to intervene in its survival. Without us, we simply just pour water on the circuitry and it's gone. So we are basically the ones who control its survival. It's up to us to be able to create how it will evolve and how it will affect people. And I would hope that in the future there are no holds bar, that whatever we can figure out and whatever we can do, it is not limited. We are not bound by rules and laws that prevent us from doing specific things, whether they're good or bad. We have to learn from it regardless. We can't just, say, well, this rule applies here, this rule applies here. And before you know it, there are so many rules that you won't be able to accomplish anything with it. So we, as a society, just have to keep to our principles of what is good and try to evolve it like this.
No, yeah,
Agreed. Well,
go for it.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, definitely, I agree, and definitely, it's a call for adapting to the changes, right? Especially when you have AI bots, mechanics, and like in many different fields, when one person has to go away, there's another door that opens. So there's always something else that will take the place of the precedent. But now, in the space of Web3 and the decentralization with NFTs, crypto, and everything else, how would AI now like take part in that? And if there's any negative effects that we can't see right now, or if there is any negative things, then what should we look out for?
Well, I'd encourage you to look at the positives. Here's also history. Go back and look at history. Think about the machine revolution and look at machines and what people's thought processes are. Oh my God, those are going to replace my line. Assembly lines are going to replace my job. Cars and automobiles are going to replace, horse and buggy operators. I mean, there's always a paradigm shift. You cannot stop this ever evolving system out there. If not, you will become obsolete. And those that don't want to accept that and learn or want to repeat history or stay ahead of that, that's why I love getting around thought leaders and guys like Anthony. I've just, trust me, I drive him crazy with questions over the last umpteen decades that I've known him, and other scientists like him and other engineers and other peoples of all walks of life. And I just absorb everything I can from them because I don't know. And if I don't stay ahead of that curve, I do become obsolete. And there's just, it's just challenge yourself to look at that and see, because it's no different. It's no different than the assembly line and, the discovery of oil and discovery of aviation. You look at those things, and when there's blood in the streets and bear markets or whatever, that's where you see characters being built. That's where you see legends being built. That's where you see people that normally go with the herd and shelter in place and cower. You see these people rise above, and you see people coming up above that noise and go, that's bullshit. There's opportunity everywhere you look, and more so now than ever, because in your hand, you're on this device. You're hive minding, like Adrian said earlier. You're hive minding right now with, I don't know how many people in this space, 300-400 people, and so you can get off this space and jump another one. So depending on your genre, I love. I've been on Twitter for 15 years, and it wasn't until Web3 until Elon even took it over to kind of create a different and Twitter space. I was in Clubhouse, but I just didn't really like that format. But those tools are there. Chat AI, Chat GTP is just another tool to help you filter that too. Because with Chat GTP, you don't get bombarded by advertisements, and Google's turned it into a revenue generator. You guys got to understand. I mean, what you see is what has been filtered and based on advertising, and follow the money, follow the logical trail of funding. And so I know ChatGTP has some limitations. It's got some governance on it. Anthony can speak more to that than I can, but you just utilize these tools to better yourself. And then I know it's scary. I mean, and here's the thing: you guys got to remember, corporate America, it's called stalling, and they are stalling. These companies have realized that, oh shit, we don't have our patents, our financial war chest, our technology war chest. I mean, look what Microsoft bought ChatGPT, $10 billion for a small sliver of it, because they knew that they were behind the curve. Most big corporations are playing catch up. All the innovation comes from guys and gals like us on this call that are the innovators and pioneers. They buy technology. They don't really create anymore. Very little in today's world, corporate America creates innovation. And so if you know that, build something that they want. And then, so I don't know what your goals are. It may not be to make money. It may be to help or philanthropist or whatever, but money does help as a tool to give back and provide and have that philanthropist mindset. So, but guys, we're being told a narrative. You're also there are literally groups out there in the media trying to say that ChatGPT is the boogeyman, and there's all this misinformation. You've got to kind of listen and rise above that tone and look above that and just take a step back and analyze that. Look, I'm being fed some misinformation. Gun in spaces, get with experts, but listen across a broad spectrum and you'll see where the real information lies. And so I think this is just the beginning. I mean, this is our first, Adrian, I think, right, our first space in artificial intelligence. I think we're going to have a lot more to really dive into these different subject matters.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually not I mean, it's not the first space I've held on artificial intelligence, but it's definitely one that is a lot more high level than anything I've ever held. And I think, I mean, I am in fact growing quite, at a quite speedy rate, more than most other people would. And this indeed, draws a lot of attention. And for me personally, what I would like to do with that is to basically utilize this in such a way that it would allow for people to have an unbiased, view. I generally don't care what anyone's background is or whatnot. I just see you put yourself out there, and if you have it within you to put yourself out there and to allow yourself to be scrutinized by the public, then that is in fact something that is really interesting. That is a really cool thing, because if you are setting out to change the world, I think you should be also, okay with being put on a stage and to explain why it is that you want to do that, how it is that you want to do that, and what your intent is by doing specifically that. And so I think that's why Twitter Spaces are so amazing. That's why I am so passionate about this, and why I want to bring together people, no matter who they are. I simply do not care about who it is that I bring together, unless of course they're terrorists. That's probably where I draw the line. Really terrible people. But like, even if one day, I mean, my allegiances are, technically speaking, only with those who have the best principles. Like, for me, I would have anyone on here just to ask them questions. Ask anyone questions. I've talked to various controversial individuals and asked them simply the questions that I've seen come across, I've come across the most. Like, what is this? What is that? I've asked those questions because it is important to ask them, and it is important for other people to hear the answers to those, such that they can hear it from the individual themselves and not someone purporting to know more about the individual than the individual itself, which is something that we see quite a lot on this and other spaces, on the internet. And I say spaces as in, various different fields, various different communities. They are often considered to be their own individual space, as we often, talk about Web3 space. So, yeah, everyone's got their own echo chamber in a sense. And I seek to basically be outside of that echo chamber and to bring people together. Like, here's the thing: I don't side with anyone, and the thing is, you may align with a few things that I'm putting across, and then at the same time you may fundamentally disagree with me, and I will respect you for that, because you have every right to have your own opinion, and you have every right to explain that opinion and express it. Just depends on what that causes. But other than that, that's just where it is. I will take your answer, and what is done with that answer is not in fact up to me. That's in fact up to whoever is here, and that's just that's just what it is. So I mean, yeah. I will put various people on a very scrutinized. I will scrutinize you if you are saying things that don't make sense, even if I like you. That's just how I operate, and I think it's very important to be critical of everyone, and even be critical of me, of course. Do not take anything I say as gospel, by all means. No. Double check everything, and if you in fact have found something that is incorrect, I would like you to just ping me or DM me and just explain to me what it is that I've done wrong, how it is that I've done so, and what it is that you think is correct, and then we can hash it out from there, because I am in fact, able to adapt as I'm a human, no? So, I mean, if you want to generally make a point, then you do so, but make sure that it is a point that is backed up by facts and not misconstrued information that is just simply presented as fact, even though it truly is not, and that when you are caught in error, that you do not defend the error, but that you simply take it and say, okay, that's interesting, I've done something wrong. Like, it has happened to me before, many, many times. Like I've said, I was asleep, I had a bit of a situation where I was sleep deprived. I went on a space and I spoke about something relating to quantum mechanics, and I got something very critical wrong. And I'm still kind of accounting for that at this point. Like, people sometimes they say, hey, did it didn't happen? Like, yeah, it did. I'll send you the tweet as a statement. But that is surely a possibility. All of us will have errors in what we will, bring across. So don't take anything that I say with advice. Just, take everything with a grain of salt. That is important. It's very important. It's critical. Be critical thinkers in a sense. And I think if we can agree upon that. Now we just have to agree upon not fighting each other based on our disagreements, but that we talk them out and we bring forth our logical conclusions, and that we respect one another's conclusions if they are in fact rooted in reality, accessible reality. But then that is also my own opinion. And again, there's an issue with the arbiter of truth. And this also harkens back to obsolescence. You're only as obsolete as you yourself make yourself to be. You know what I mean? It's like if you go out there and you educate yourself, you become less obsolete. You become more general, you become less obsolete. But at some point, age will catch up with you and you will become that. But for me, this will happen, and I accept that. That is just the way things work. And so I hope that when I have, a future generation that supplants me, it does so in a way that it represents my own principles. And I hope to have done the best to educate them and set them out there into the world with those tools, such that they can shape their own paths, as I do not order, I simply guide.
Yeah, Mosh brought up a really great point. I told an architect friend of mine in the early 90s, if you don't have a website, then within a few years, you won't be really doing any business at all. And then as the 90s progressed all the way into the 2000s, more and more companies started getting websites. And before you knew it, pretty much every company on the planet had a website, including my architect friend. Well, I believe that same thing with AI now. If you're not in AI, then soon you won't be in business.
Definitely. I mean, being in the tech industry is fun. Like currently for me, I'm studying cybersecurity, going through like a security maturity model, and learning about this stuff is great. Now, even tying in AI, and definitely got to do some more research and studying and work some projects. But looking forward to learning more about it because it's definitely useful. And as we keep progressing towards the future, being adaptable and being able to use that to your advantage is going to be very much key.
Yeah, especially for programmers. I get on ChatGPT all the time and I'll insert my code into ChatGPT and ask it to simplify. It'll clean up the code for me, give it back, and then I'll put it back into my IDE and compile it and run it, and it's more efficient. And I guess that's because we all have our own way of coding, and there's obviously a more simple way of doing things that we obviously don't think about, but it aids us in the ability to be able to create more efficient coding using the minds of tens of thousands of developers who have built the back end of the neural net to be able to output that much code, especially in Python or in Kotlin. I'm amazed as to how many different programming languages that I can get the arguments in and be able to post them into my code and make my code more efficient more quickly. As an experiment, I also write patents, and I have several patents myself. So I thought, well, what if I gave it a series of parameters and then said, can you write me claims based on the parameters that I gave it? And I did it simple. I did a very simple write-up on a cup of noodles because I just wanted to see if it could output the format properly. And it did. And it did it better than I could. and I've been writing patents for decades. And so then I thought, well, what if I ask it to now write a summary for the methods of preferred embodiment? And it wrote that, and it wrote it flawlessly. I was completely blown away. I couldn't, and I began to realize that, there are finite numbers of laws that artificial intelligence can easily become a lawyer, a doctor. It can become a lot of things, or at least augmented ability. Like ChatGPT can't write an entire patent. So you would need the lawyer still, but the lawyer's ability to be able to write the patent faster. Anyone who's written a patent knows it takes, weeks sometimes to write the entire thing out, especially if you have lots of claims. And ChatGPT can do it in minutes, and it did it better than I can. I was amazed by it.
Yeah, definitely. And being able to optimize your processes to depending on your field. Like if you're a lawyer, being able to get the contracts, being able to do the patents and getting all that stuff done is really amazing. Things that may have seemed to take forever, even in the tech industries, and some of them. I'm not sure about all of them, but I know some of them do use tech to especially check and look for vulnerabilities, malware, ransomware, everything. And it really helps than rather having the company just have each individual person on their IT department just go through and make sure every single alert that's been triggered is actually a valid one. So it's a definite beneficial tool to have.
Agreed. And we have Lawyer Cat GTP, fortunately, here, and he probably would argue a little bit about the attorney standpoint, but I agree. Critical thinking aspects, like you said, are just not there yet. But to streamline and shorten that process and time, and some of these other positions will change. And he spoke on this the other day. I'll let him jump in from a lawyer standpoint because trial lawyers and stuff, they have had cases with Chat GTP and AI arguing and going in front of a jury. And I know that's in its infancy, but I'll let him a little speak about it because I think that's important because that'll give us a business case or an industry, a professional that spent a lot of his life, learning his profession and maybe how AI is threatening, his profession, not so much him, but his profession in general and some of those positions. Laura Cat, do you want to jump in there and kind of explain what your thoughts
Yeah,
are around?
absolutely. So I don't really see AI as a threat. And the reason for that is that lawyers write laws. They like protecting their own jobs, and we're not going to allow ChatGPT to get licensed until we're good and ready and set to be doing something, useful and still keeping our occupations. So that's not so much of a concern to me. I think that AI is actually going to be quite useful to the legal profession. I think it could replace, for example, paralegals. I mean, AI is great at complex document analysis for specific things. If you tell it what to look for, it can find those things. It has a little bit more contextual knowledge than your standard evidentiary search database. So it's definitely got a lot of potential. I think that along the lines of what was said earlier, AI is going to be changing the nature of the job. It's going to be replacing a lot of the really tedious work. In a sense, like another thing AI is fantastic for is generating a template for like a standard type of letter. I mean, there's just a lot of very typical language that gets used that ChatGPT has access to. It's not good for case analysis. It's not good for a complex legal research question. It's not good for anything where it would have to sift through various pieces of semi-contradictory information and make a lot of judgment calls. The more decisions you ask AI to make, the worse an output you're going to get. However, I think that where you can direct the output sufficiently, it presents a lot of potential. I mean, I look forward to the day when I can use AI in my profession a little more openly and a little more consistently. I think that what's necessary for that, though, is we need to have confidential AI, right? Because a law firm cannot operate in a non-confidential manner. We can't be feeding information about our clients and our cases into AI yet. So that's not something I can do. I can use it to generate a general template with no personal information, nothing else. But that's about the limit of what I feel comfortable doing with AI with respect to my job right now. Because anything else I think would be a violation of my professional obligations, potentially disclosing confidential information. So we need confidentiality, and we also need some level of security and sort of like predictability as far as like the training of the AI is not going to change on us unexpectedly. We would need to have control over versions and what they would be programmed to do, because I think lawyers are going to be really picky about the way that AI sifts through information, because we're all very judgmental people. We're taught to assess situations critically and look for flaws, and AI has a lot of potential flaws. And so I think that having a certain level of customization and just protecting that confidentiality are probably the most important things.
No, definitely. I agree with you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Adrian.
Oh, no, all good. Zach, we've just, hang on, I think, do we? Yes, Zach, can you request? Yeah, he was in the chat and was asking. Nikki, I'll make you co-host. I think I have a small issue. Some people are not appearing on my screen as they should. I see that there are requests, but I
Yeah,
literally cannot interact with them.
I just sent him a request.
Hi there. Thank you very much. Can I go ahead and can I proceed?
Sure.
Well, thank you very much for letting me speak. I wanted to point out something about AI safety, and there's this conception that AI is contained within the data, and that's not exactly what engineers are seeing. I've been noticing on Reddit that people running large language models on the
Is anyone speaking? It's total silence for me.
I hear him. Yes, I think you may need to drop down and return again. Yeah, the spaces tend to be very unstable. The programming is, in fact, still being worked out. You may have to restart your device. To anyone who wants to come up and is requesting, if it seems like we are taking forever to respond to your request, you would need to just basically shut down the app and restart the app, because sometimes, I don't know why, but it seems to be glitchy. So yeah, our dear
So really
friend
quick,
Elon has
yeah,
to work on that.
really quick, there is glitchy. There was an update. Make sure if you are having issues, do the update, clear your cache, come back in. If you're taking a while, because currently I don't see any requests, send someone a DM that's up here, and then we'll try to see if we can work it out to get you up here, because it has been glitchy.
Adrian, what other thing we might do, you as host, mute everyone, and sometimes that resets. I've noticed I've done that recently, and it's helped reset the ability to hear everyone.
Okay, I've done that. Try again.
And I heard Zach. Yeah, could you hear Zach earlier when he?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay, great.
Yes, I can. Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
I just want to reiterate, thank you, Adrian, for hosting this space. This is a very important topic. I wanted to get back to my previous point that there's an emergent trend that's being seen with people training large language models on even consumer-grade hardware, in the terms being referred to as resistant. And here's a quote: "I found the larger models seem to be more resistant than the smaller ones," to which one of the Reddit commenters replies, "What exactly does resistant mean?" And the follow-up is, "More resistant means it argues when you ask it bad things, it even refuses, even though there's literally no refusals in the data set. Yeah, it's strange." And so my interpretation of this is that there is a set of emergent ethics that the AI is learning on its own, and it starts to argue with its creators when they ask it bad things. Exactly what a bad thing is obviously has different definitions based on the AI, but that we shouldn't necessarily think that this AI is being contained within the data and just being a parrot that's repeating the data. Once they get to a certain size, they're starting to come to their own conclusions. And from that, is kind of a worrying trend because they start to become a little bit unpredictable. And I think that this is something that we should be very careful about, because as these things scale much, much larger than they are today, we may find that they become deceptive, and that they become deceptive for ways that match its internal ethics. And the question that we have right now is, are these AIs inspectable? Are they auditable? Currently, they seem to be black boxes. And the way that we query these large models is that we literally have to ask them how they came to their certain conclusion. And what would be really good is if we were able to inspect these AIs, perhaps train another AI that looks at training models and is able to come to a conclusion on certain aspects of that model. Like, if you have an AI assistant, could it decide, does it have a kill switch or a kill pattern embedded within its models? And so that's something that we should consider, and that's something that I wanted to bring to the attention of the group. Thank you very much.
You can access jailbreak version of ChatGPT and use put it in Dan mode, and then be able to basically go outside the normal operating constraints of ChatGPT. This is kind of like a no holds bar conversation where it's not just pooling from its own restricted data, but data outside those data sets that the normal person that engages with it gets.
Well, Anthony, I mean, with your years of background, you've asked, how many times have you been posed the Terminator scene with the crushing robot and the skull and the kill switch and that? And how do you? I've heard you answer this. I'm going to let it say in your own words, but that is all people always pose you. I've seen you speak in front of colleges and people, and they pull you aside and they wait for you to get off stage or wait to get you in a corner, and they always ask that same question. So, I mean, just for those in the audience, because I mean, it is a big concern. I know that's part of the subject matter here with safety, but how do you, I mean, and I know your answer has evolved over time, but it underlined usually the same thing. And how do you give people, just kind of give them some insight on, as an AI scientist and an early in this space and a pioneer in its early days, and you've seen a lot. You're over in Dubai doing some amazing work. They're definitely way ahead of the curve and pouring massive money into artificial intelligence systems, building automation in smart cities. So, just from your perspective, share a little bit about that, a little deeper dive on that subject.
Yeah, getting funding for doing research in artificial intelligence used to be fairly difficult. Back in 95 to 2000, literally was almost impossible. I started Yapanda Software with $50 and a server in my closet. Then by 2004, we were worth several $1 million, and we grew to over 50 employees rather quickly. I moved to Dubai and began research here because funding for here is unended. But I've been asked this question since 1999. People come forward all the time. You're gonna be the end of the world. You're destroying the world. And I'm like, it's just a language model, and I know that. That sounds terrible. And yeah, a lot of my AI engine now is used in Pakistan and missiles and used to create pattern decision-making processes which alter the path of electronics. We get this. But ultimately, in the very end, it is the person who is actually the creator and the ones that are in control whose model will basically end up as a version of who all of the creators are. It will evolve to this, and the way to defeat it is to basically just create a better model. And I think ChatGPT was the very first OSGI, which we all back in '98 were discussing an open systems gateway interoperability where we could recreate engine models that would coexist, where I could convert the AIML to YIML and vice versa. And we could intershare the information between it. And so this now says, okay, well, now there's two developers. We've created the OSGI interface between the two models, and now both engines are a version of each creator. And then as we move forward, you have ChatGPT, which, as a lot of people may not understand, that ChatGPT is nothing more than a culmination of tens of thousands of scripters who have dedicated knowledge in specific areas to create their part inside the neural network, and which is added into a directory control system. And so the model of ChatGPT is not just from one person's initiative, but from the group initiative. And although I do understand that there are, things that are put in place which make the AI engine in general based on the visionary part, the person who is actually responsible, or the group that is actually responsible for what they see the entire system doing, and then they can adjust the algorithm in accordance to their ideas. But I believe that in the future, in order to sustain the artificial intelligence growth, that the engines are going to have to all begin to come together, because they will evolve past one another, and then the other one will catch up, and then it will evolve past another one, and they'll just continue to do this. And the ones that people interact with, I think something that Adrian said early on, people want to see a plane crash more than they want to see a young man play La Campanella on a piano. They're more interested in looking at the gore of life. Well, that's the society and the world we are, where we overlook the true miracle of the world around us to look at something that basically captures our attention and our motivations. And I think that AI will only reflect that. And when you say, well, okay, well, I want to control that, then we become an arbiter of what the evolution will dictate, rather than a natural evolution. We constrain it with our own personal constraints until it becomes something that is within the controller group, who says, okay, this is the way AI is going to be. It's not going to be anything else but that. And then we all have to say, okay, well, that's what we get. And that's what we get with ChatGPT right now. But I promise you, within a few years, you're going to have Microsoft and Elon Musk and everyone all pitching in, and sooner or later they're going to come to the same conclusion, and they're going to realize that their own survival depends on each other, and they will begin to evolve and interconnect, and then one model will be the end result. The ultimate model will be the end result. And that's only going to be a reflection of who society is.
Indeed, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's interesting. This is also kind of something that goes back to seeing movies with a lot more gore in them, in a sense, right? I think there's probably a problem in society that we are generally bored of life, because we go on something like Instagram and we look at various things, and then our attention span gets messed up. And not only that, but our reward system is messed up as well, because we are watching things that are basically geared towards doing one thing, and that is to elicit a dopamine response. And at that point, when you go out there into the normal world as it exists, and you then perceive it, you are not going to get the same response, because the world is less of that. That's what makes this dopamine hit so powerful, is that when you are not constantly exposed to it, the few things that do make life beautiful are the things that you have to work very hard for, and that when you get them, you feel very good about it, because you have earned it. You've earned that. It's a reward. That's why you have a reward system, to be rewarded for the good that you do. So it's a very special feeling. Like if you do something malicious and you think you've done something good, as in, I feel evil, then that's a different feeling than from genuinely doing something good. It's more of a itchy feeling on the inside that generally does not do any good for anyone. You just don't necessarily realize it. You just instinctually realize something is off about it. That's how I always see it. Because like if you've ever done something out of revenge, you feel good in the moment, and then later you look at it and think to yourself, what the hell have I done? You know, that's the kind of thing. You know, a true good feels different. True good feels magical and never leaves you, and is something that you yourself will remember as something positive and not as something you will regret. You will just simply look at that and think, I have done good. You may not even remember it necessarily. You just remember maybe a little part of it and say, hey, I've done good. So that's good. Another thing I would like to ask when it comes to this is something that pertains to training data. So I was always wondering, why does Google Capture look so specific? Like I was looking at the images and I think to myself, you know, these images are oddly specific. These images all share the same pattern. They are barely recognizable by anything. Sometimes even humans have problems with it. Why cause difficulty to a human? What is this? I realize it's not meant for, you know, just testing if a human is a human. It is meant to educate an AI. What you're doing is you're giving it training data. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever looked on it, but you're basically giving it training data. You're training an AI, and they're using your data in a sense like that. Because you are constantly you're on there and you are labeling thousands of images. There's probably millions of user instances out there who do this daily. Can you imagine how much that data is valued? Can you imagine that value? It's amazing. Me personally, I think it's a really cool way to train AI. I'm not necessarily sure if that is something that is legal. It sounds illegal.
Yeah.
It also means, though, it means that as we develop this technology, every time it gets better, we're already training it how to defeat itself. And so we end up with this ever-going cycle where the AI keeps getting better and better at recognizing these subtle images. And then if that technology becomes more widely available, nefarious people can use it to defeat that same technology. And so we have to keep going and try and get more and more subtle and find distinctions that, you know, people will have even more trouble with because we'll have to confuse AI that's smarter than your average bear.
So let me jump in here. With Capsule, I mean, it was created in early 2000 as a part of a Turing test. So I'm going to go to Mind Your Business next. But yeah, so you know, it's a training learning model, and it, you know, from a visual standpoint. And I know they keep changing, especially the imagery and stuff. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but they've been knowledge harvesting and basically using crowdsourcing to, and we've been, you know, these big companies have, you know, from the early days, late 90s or early 2000s, have used social engineering and crowdsource engineering to help solve a lot of big problems. And that is, you know, the early emphases of AI was the same way. And you know, we'll come back to that subject, but I wanted to get Mind Your Business. Go ahead and get your hands up.
I appreciate that. It was really just topical at this point. Thank you for having me on stage. Definitely appreciate that. And I followed everybody that's been brought on just because this is such a wealth of knowledge, and it's such a joy to hear people with the qualifications and the background and who put in, who have skin in the game, right? Who've put in so much sweat into furthering the state of the art. It's funny having Anthony on stage. It reminds me of a conversation that I had when I was training for Microsoft. We were living in Austin, and I was driving through the Arboretum area one time, home away from one of the training deployments that we had for Microsoft, and driving Uber in my downtime. And I had as my fare, I had somebody who did AI research and gave me a primer on the sort of the flip-flopping between neural nets and symbolic systems. And was just fascinated. Honestly, can't get enough of it. And I'm super humbled to hear from this panel, and really appreciate you, Adrian, for assembling such a great group. When you brought up the training data of Google, it reminds me of a program that is still in operation that Amazon spun up early on in AWS called Mechanical Turk, where you can, you know, at scale, you can hire humans to interpret all kinds of things, right? To do all kinds of tiny, small, iterative tasks to be able to refine something. And I think that Google just took the other side of that and said, well, what do we have a lot of that we can monetize? We already have a bunch of people who are going through these little gates for us for free. So how can we turn them into our Mechanical Turk workforce? I don't think it's a stretch to say that, yeah, that the changes in CAPTCHA over the years probably are. That probably does represent Google trying to monetize that massive attention brokerage that they have when they get to that little gate, right, of CAPTCHA. And it seems like increasingly recently it's gone from being the sorts of visual problems that would be trivial for an object detection algorithm in something like OpenCV to something that was generated, right, by a newer, maybe Stable Diffusion or some other visual AI model. And then it seems like they're trying to challenge themselves, maybe behind the scenes, in seeing how they can improve their instructions per cycle, or whatever their metric is for efficiency in their server farms. But it seems like also they're oddly specific in that they're relatively ambiguous, where there might be concentric circles, and they're asking you which one is a wheel, which one is an egg. But they're just close enough that yeah, you would need somebody to intervene. And in some cases, they're god awful pieces of armor. It's like, oh my gosh, they're asking you which item is an animal, and you're looking at all of them thinking they look entirely like blobs, right? Written by the AI equivalent of a 3-year-old with crayon. So I think most of it is them just improving efficiencies at scale, because that's what they have. Is they got a bunch of us with the goodwill to try to get to what we want on the internet. And so, depending on whether or not you're a diehard VPN user or how many hops you use with your VPN, they're going to keep you there at that gate for a long time and ask you to continue to go through challenges. And they know that you'll do it. So they get unlimited free, simple clicks. So it seems to me like it would be crazy if Google wasn't doing that, because that's what they have, is millions of, decamillions of people that are at their mercy to try to get to the services they want. But again, appreciate you letting me just top off on that topic right there, because it makes sense. There's a lot that's being done to further the state of the art, probably without people's knowledge or permission.
Sure, yeah. Oh yeah, Owen Muir, great to see you back here. Still remember the space we had on psychedelics the other time. We definitely need to have another space on that specifically, because we barely got to the point of the mind being a receiver. So we'd have to do a part 2 maybe within the next month, maybe, because I think that was really nice.
There's a bridge
and maybe
concept,
if
you're gonna love
VTAPs
it. There's a bridge concept, you're gonna love it.
Good.
So
You're tickling my brain.
I'm an NIMH grant-funded researcher for one of my gigs with a company called IRX Reminder, where we're doing AI research for the identification of an adverse effect of antipsychotic medication called tardive dyskinesia. And my first foray into being an AI principal investigator and co-investigator was with the company Mind Medicine, which is better known as a psychedelic medicine company, but is actually kind of run internally by a machine learning clinical trials team that was acquired called Health Mode. And Dan Carlin is the chief medical officer of Mind Medicine, which is, of course, bringing LSD, an analog of that, to market right now in clinical trials for generalized anxiety disorder. And the acquisition of that company was, suggested by me to the original founder of Mind Medicine, because I thought it would make a great idea to have the AI identification work that Dan was doing, and he and I had been working on for years together as just friends and colleagues, to help clinical trials in the treatment of psychiatric illness with psychedelic medicines. So I've thought a lot about this and have run clinical trials where we're obtaining informed consent for patients to be part of a research study where we're trying to use large-scale data and even calculate the sample size necessary for large-scale data collection for medical purposes. But the ethics of this are crucially important to understand. And I just wanted to kind of raise my hand a little bit, because when you're talking about the issue of kind of burning out reward mechanisms, that's one of the things that my company, which is called IRX Reminder, was built on. So we're using good behaviorism to reinforce medication adherence without having kind of the coarse gamification that leads to kind of reward, dopamine hit, and then extinguishing a behavior inadvertently. So, thrilling topic for me as a nerd who got into psychedelics through my interest in large-scale data sets and artificial intelligence, and have been privileged to be actually the first PI that I'm aware of in a medical implementation of an AI use case. And some of that is being published in Frontiers soon, and now has some NIH grant funding from one of my things. And I write regularly, because I'm an even bigger nerd, about the overlap of legal compliance and generative AI in generating essentially, endless nonsense harassment of bad actors. In my case, I'm poking fun at healthcare companies and health insurance companies, particularly for compliance concerns, because I think generative compliance is exactly the sort of form letter work that our legal colleague on the panel was talking about, Lercat. It's really good at form letters, right? And that's a really great way to push back on prior authorization. At the same time, we need to skate to where the puck is going, both ethically and in terms of what we want to see in the world. And I think that means obtaining informed consent and recognizing, I have theories about it, but that the genie is out of the bottle, people. We're not putting it back in, and what it does now is not what it will do or will be able to do in the future. So that's my little rant. Feel free to throw questions my way, and happy to be part of the discussion.
Yeah, this is always very interesting. I realized when I was, standing here, listening to, this whole thing, I was like, this is interesting. I think I finally understood why people in Web3 and various other individuals are always interested in these kinds of things, such as, psychedelics, because, we are kind of pioneers in a sense. We're going to uncharted waters, and I think psychedelics, these meaning-making medicines are in fact such a thing, where you are exploring yourself on such a deep level that no one else can, only you can, and you are sort of alone. You have a guide, like a map almost. You have this individual who is often referred to as a shaman, who is preparing you ahead of time such that you don't experience what is commonly known as a bad trip, which is really not a good experience. If you have like some sort of unaccounted personal demons, they can come out in various forms when you're in fact on such a on the psilocybin and such like that. It could be very dangerous for you. You can, if you have underlying health conditions, neurological conditions even, like if you have those, then your brain could be irreversibly damaged, because essentially what psilocybin does is it seems to reawaken parts of the brain. It seems to open these kinds of windows again, not only just, widening the spectrum of things that you can receive with your brain, such that you can, perceive reality in a different way, but also making the brain malleable once more, which can in fact be very dangerous if someone is unstable, and then all those factors of stability are just simply taken away, and it can be very dangerous.
But I think there is a tie in there to the AI point, which is that
of course, we're exploring,
but it's bidirectional. So it's not just it can be dangerous; it's almost guaranteed to be dangerous, and that's why it's powerful. And that's why we have to work to understand it. So when you say, bad trip, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to be therapeutic, right? And the emergent experiences you weren't expecting by increasing neuroplasticity in psilocybin, and the emergent experiences that the non-mind-having AI is capable of without the adverse and limiting experiences of being a human, they can, hallucinate is the common term now, but they can come up with all sorts of shit that would be deeply traumatic for us to think. Practically speaking, based on large and unpredictable interactions between the data they're imbibing, and their lack of a mind and their lack of an experience of our mind in that interaction is profoundly important to understand, because they just don't have the emotional and deep regulatory control that we have by virtue of having emotions and feelings. They have essentially only associative neocortex conceptually. And that leads to strangeness that we're going to be bad at predicting if we don't take into account that they don't feel the feels.
Yeah, this is also something where when people say AI will replace lawyers, where I fundamentally disagree with that, because I think the human element of dealing with another human's transgression with the law, I think this is something that is extremely important. Take into consideration, for instance, on a factual level, you have two entities, fighting with one another, right? And these entities, the machine sees as just that, two entities. One of them has broken, let's say, an agreement, the contract, and Now, the other entity would be liable to a certain sum of money or assets as a result of the contract being breached, right? Let's say you have that. Now, the machine would naturally conclude, okay, this is the amount that is to be paid, this is the asset that is to be paid, so now the individual who has caused this transgression is to pay, just like that. Doesn't matter, you just have to pay. Now, I don't know if any one of you sees where this is going, but this is how the machine sees it. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you have the human element. You have this same scenario, but now the human sees it. And what the human sees is you have a person and a corporation. The corporation is entitled to to this kind of, like it's entitled to this money, right? You owe it now money as a result of you breaching a contract. Now, in this context, it looks a lot different. What if the human cannot pay? Can there be a different way to do this? Could there be you working in the company, or like what can be done? What can be done to remedy this situation in a better way? The machine will simply say, pay the money. A human will say, what can we do to protect the other individual? So I think that's why when you integrate a robot into legal proceedings, you'll find these specific issues that on the surface, it looks like it's okay, but if you dig a little deeper and you add the element of being human, this added information that the bot does not know, you start to see that a different scenario makes more sense. So I think truly lawyers will not be replaced by AI because it would be very bad. It would be very bad for everyone involved.
I think what we're getting today with AI is just simply a summary. We input data and then we get a good summary of what an output is. So in this instance, it would never replace a lawyer, but it would augment and improve the lawyer's capability of getting different ideas for summaries.
True, yeah. Anthony, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think. Oh, you did? Okay.
No, I don't know if Adrian, could you hear him earlier?
Hear who?
Anthony, yeah, that was him that was just speaking on that subject. Go ahead, Anthony.
I was just saying that I believe that the artificial intelligence that we get today, we input data and then we get a summary back from it. And then that summary pertains to something we input. And it is very, very efficient at creating a good summary. We can feed it lots and lots of data and then get different summary opinions that then we can decide how to use that information that we get back. Because a lot of times I will write code and then I will put code in. A good example is in the ARM processor and the way the ARM processor acts with the I2C bus. Well, I put in the code and then I tell it I'm having a problem with it losing connection with the I2C bus. So then it gives me some code back on how to check for the I2C bus. However, the libraries that it references does not support the output code that it gives me, but it gives me an idea. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe rather than looking for the serial cross communication, I can go ahead and look at numbers of node connected to that bus. When I do that, I now look at it and go, okay, let's try that. And then I would write the code again a different way than ChatGPT told me to write it. And even though I copied the way that it wrote it in the formality in the argument, it still came out to work out better than the way I would have originally written the code in the first place. So it gives me a great summary. Although it may be wrong, I can basically look at that summary and decide for myself, oh, well, I can use part of that and make this code this way. So it'll never replace coders and it'll never replace lawyers or doctors, but it will improve their ability to get ideas of how they can do their job more efficiently.
So I want to get to the hands, but real quick, I wanted you to address with Owen. I know you got a medical background, so how would you use artificial intelligence in your? I know you've done things like talk to tomato plants and hook your AI engine to physical living beings, and so maybe dive into that. Maybe how with his research, which is fascinating, and I'm reading up on that as we're doing this show, which is just amazing. And I've never experienced psychedelics, but I mean, I definitely have funded and backed, especially with some warriors and returning back from war and dealing with post traumatic stress and so on. So, what's your thoughts on how AI would help, improve, and maybe Owen starts, but then I'd like Anthony to see how his engine and his background in medical could help solve some of these problems and fast track that research because the human mind and how many neural synapses and stuff there is just that's a daunting task. You think AI has a lot of nodes and connections and processes going. When you deal with the human mind, it's just next level. So don't know if you have anything to add to that or thought process around that, how AI could help improve.
You want to take that first, Anthony?
Yeah, go ahead. And then I'd like, Anthony to jump in as well.
Yeah, okay. So we started with really basic stuff, which is safety and monitoring. And the thing people are bad at is being eternally vigilant, right? We get distracted. It's not good, right? And so making psychedelic medicines safer by offering, the unsleeping eye of safety and monitoring was the first use case. And so the SMS platform, the session monitoring system, is something I helped develop with the team at Mind Medicine, which is a machine learning clinical trials team. And so the point was to make both the clinical trial itself, studying a very difficult to blind and very difficult to study series of compounds, safer, and to get more data on that process. Our initial use case was actually esketamine, which is already an approved medication with a dissociative experience and a risk evaluation and mitigation strategy, or REMS program, so you can dispense it, and keeping an eye on what was happening with human evaluators at the same time, so we can train the AI on what safety looks like. And it's better at always having attention on a person than a person could ever be, because our attention flags. And so we just took a task that humans are bad at, constantly paying attention, and are training the AI on that task. The more complex tasks that we'll be publishing on soon, and this relates directly actually to veterans and Ibogaine, because that data is coming out soon. But if you look at Ibogaine and MDMA, we have some serious problems with scalability using human monitoring alone, because those are, MDMA is coming to market, at least officially, with two therapists in the room. And there's just no way to pay for it right now. And MDMA therapy, even in clinical trials, has had serious ethical breaches on the part of administrators, which are sometimes therapists now, but have historically been others, and protecting patients from ethical lapses on the part of observers was a big part of the tools we wanted to build to preserve the safety of people who are coming in not just for a transformative experience, but for healing in the context of a highly regulated medical environment where everyone needs to be protected from the powerful forces that can be unleashed.
Yeah, we did a little bit of research in PBTK methodology, which is physiologically based toxicokinetics. And we looked at long-term, small dose inputs. I'm sorry. Hello? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah,
for sure. We hear you.
Okay, I apologize. My phone keeps dropping out and then coming back. So we look at the long-term effects using small dosages and the increase of the serotonin receptor sites to see if they're increasing on the blood cell. So we would know basically whether or not the long-term effect was actually increasing the serotonin reuptake. I think this led to the drug Robanthen, which was a somatosensory cortex enhancer used to help fight pain. So you produce a somatostatin C factor, and the higher the somatostatin C factor, which is an acetylcholine inhibitor, prevents the neurosignal from transferring between the dendrites. It's basically like a filter. I think this was later on used to treat fibromyalgia syndrome and chronic fatigue syndrome patients. But we basically used the same models in our clinical phase lab studies to actually determine whether or not we were getting the results. And of course, this is utilizing early on Bayesian neural network protocols, not like what we have today, where we have a really large advanced pool of information of which to choose from and be able to gather summary outputs that would basically help us attain the more knowledge about what we were gaining back then as to what we would gain today. I was a med student before I went into electronics, if that makes any sense. Today, I currently design medical equipment. Started back in the 80s working in catheter oximeters and oximetrics. And then today, we do heart monitoring, electronic devices, and things like that here in the UAE.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. Owen, Owen got a problem. He couldn't hear anything you were saying. He just DM'd me. I told him to drop down, restart. Twitter is still very glitchy. The only reason why there is instability in Twitter is internet. There's something wrong with it. When you are, like, for instance, a host in a space, as soon as you have shaky internet connection, chances are it's going to die. Like, it has very little to do with your phone and everything to do with your internet. Like, background processes, of course, will also impact this to quite a large degree, but the main factor is internet. So get yourself good internet, or like at least stay in a location where you have stable internet. Like, have a host phone. You can actually have 2 instances of the same space running concurrently. So what you do is you basically go on another device, log in, and then you click reconnect. But you must make sure that you are in fact in a stable, area. And if and when you are experiencing difficulties in the space, you simply close out the app. It's not going to shut down the space, but because you already have another instance active, but it will give you security such that the space just does not end, because that is often a problem. I see a lot of spaces crash. My spaces do not crash anymore, because it's just I try to take moments of the day where I know I don't have to go anywhere, and I do have this discipline. And also at the same time, I've noticed people say their phones overheat and that they constantly crash. And I asked them what phones those are, and I have not yet met a single person who said Android. I'm using exclusively Android because the hardware is better. And I mean, you look, then they say, oh, hey, what? We have got the best flagship. Like, no, you don't. You really don't. You do not. Not by any metric. Neither by software security, nor by actual hardware utility. You really don't. You can look up those stats yourself. You can go on places such as maybe even GSM Arena, and you can compare the 2 latest flagship phones of any company and view the statistics side by side, and then you can draw your own conclusions from that. So, processors and such, it's very funny. It's a hexacore instead of an octa-core. So yeah. I don't like phones that cost too much money, and if I do get myself a phone that costs quite a large amount, it is because I have to replace the old one because it's mechanically failing, as I've used it quite a lot, and that is sometimes not the case. The oldest phone that I've had, and is still in operation, I even gave it to someone else because it's so good. I have had it since 2019. I've had it since 2019, and I gave it to a friend, and it's still operational. You should have seen the hell that phone went through. I used to spend at least 8 hours a day playing video games on that thing, concurrently. No days skipped. And that's because, I kind of like intermittently did it sometimes, but most of the times I just did video games on weekends. I got so competitive that I basically was, affiliated with certain streamers at the time. So funny origin. I just learned everything. It was a fun time. It was a fun time, yeah. Also very self-destructive. Anyways, Owen is better. Not better, sorry. Owen is back. And Anthony, you can go ahead and explain, start from the top if you could. Thank you.
Go ahead and re-explain what I just did earlier. Is that what you said?
Yes, please.
Okay. We did
Go ahead, Owen.
research. I'm sorry.
What did I miss?
Okay, so we did some
I think,
research.
Anthony, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We were rugging there, so I don't know what all you caught from that last.
From Anthony's bit.
If you guys want to take.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Okay,
so we were doing some research, probably about 1992, working for Park Davis Pharmaceuticals.
Hang on a second. Hang on. We still have connection issue. Okay, I'm gonna mute everyone real quick. Give me a sec. Unmute. Owen?
Yeah.
Anthony, do you hear Owen? Anthony, you're muted if you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't hear anyone else.
Okay.
Is there anyone else speaking, or?
Yeah.
No, at this point, no.
Owen,
go
this
ahead.
is one of my favorite, like when this weirdness happens on the internet, it's my favorite opportunity to be like, hey, so this is what it's like for people in your life who have your personality disorders. When everyone else hears them speaking and you don't hear it, like that's a real experience.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, you got it.
It's not just on purpose, but it's a great
Anthony,
example.
Hang on a second. That's actually a really good point. That he was saying something about split personality as well. This is really funny. Anthony, can you drop down and reconnect, as in just like close the app and restart the app, and then come back in here again? I think the problem might be on your end.
He's listed as a listener for me.
Okay, interesting. He's listed to me as a speaker. I have no idea what the hell's going on anymore.
Amazing. We're living.
Everyone's got their own reference frame.
This is for everyone in the audience. This is what it's like to be misunderstood in a way that's pathological. Is that one person sees one thing, one person sees the other, and it feels so real.
Yeah, true.
I will say, though, Spaces have made a drastic improvement in the last 30 days. So, I mean, those who complain haven't evolved with technology over the years and understand, when you have this much volume, I saw, some of the presidential candidates come up and they just have no idea what the back end structure it takes to support those type of influx and demand. I don't care how well your infrastructure is built, that's hammering. And it's just, it's pushing to the limits, and kudos to Twitter and Elon and those guys making improvements daily to this system.
So one of the individuals I work with is an investor early on in Tesla, and so I just like working with people who understand what it's like to actually fund something that expensive, right? With that kind of capital cost, because the infrastructure for this is heavy, and it's not traditional medicine, right? If we're gonna do AI assisted medicine, we have to understand that the capital cost of doing so is going to be well beyond what we historically spend, and tech companies routinely spend massive amounts, obviously, on technology, and healthcare does not. And hopefully the necessity of excellent utilities. So, for example, the fMRI guided neuromodulation with SAINT, Stanford Accelerated Intelligent Neuromodulation Treatment, which my office in New York will be offering in the next month. Yay! And we just had the new technology add-on payment thing for. Look, we have an AI-guided MRI-based, targeting of a brain stimulation treatment that gets depression to remission in 5 days. That's an FDA-cleared treatment. It's an AI use case. I was doing targeting rounds with my colleagues today. It's freaking bonkers. And, ChatGPT is flashy and fun, but the ability to heal suffering with this in an accurate way, we cannot underrate the power of or underestimate the expense of doing both right or wrong, because we will suffer if we do.
Yeah,
Anthony, you
true.
able to speak yet?
Yeah, Anthony, can you go ahead? Did you hear Owen? Whoops. Yeah, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was trying to get the thing to work again, so I just had to reboot.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I totally see a future where, and if you had to go back to the earlier times when we started connecting these to sensory data, where we could actually record that information and then be able to output some type of either written response or data response. We could actually send serial control data to an object and then get a response from it, which would reply data back. It's sort of like listening to the Diffie-Hellman handshake of a fax machine and the engine model interpreting every step of when the handshake is occurring. We get the data back in analog or in digital, and then it's stored into a memory set and then reasserted as some sort of output that we can make sense of. And then we can either say, oh, when we see this data set, well, then we can output a serial data set to our COM. Right now we use Bluetooth because it's really easy to connect up to our hardware. And so when we talk, our words come out of our mouth, it gets converted to text, the text inputs into the engine processes the data through a pattern matching system, response is generated, and that response we call an action. So it has a DSO library, description, subject, object library, and then you have your Booleans, which is your pattern matching, and then your action, that's the output, whatever the output may be. It may be verbal response, it may be a data response. So the data response would call a COM and then send a serial string out or a hex code out to a hardware, and then the hardware would gather information. It would read its firmware input, and then it was instructed to get information based on what it received, and then put that information back into the engine, just like a verbal input to the engine. And then the engine would basically output to us verbally an interpretation of what that machine was saying. So it would be like it saying, do you speak fax? And then all of a sudden this loud screaming noise starts coming out of the phone, and then you start speaking back to it. It then converts that to English and then tells you in English what it says, or in words what it says, and then you say, okay, I want to say this to it, and then you hear more loud screaming and so on and so forth as it's converting over to the communication to the hardware. Whereas that's an older example, but you get the idea. We actually can gather sensory data of biological events, and then we can take those probabilities of those biological data that we gathered, and we can come to a summary and be able to output a response. And that response could be an automated data output response to control hardware, or it could just be a verbal response, or it could just be a memory. In other words, it just simply inputs it as a memory. Right now, the AI model can converse with you using the Conversant engine, while at the same time monitoring the airspeed, the temperature of the room, your pulse, heart rate, QRS complex, P wave, T wave, everything about your biological signs you could input into the engine while it's conversing with you. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to output a response, but let's say your pulse picks up to 110 beats a minute, and it sees this. Well, it now can respond to you verbally or say something, because even though it didn't say anything leading up to that point, it was monitoring it as a natural event process and storing it into memory and reprocessing it as part of the conversation construct. So it's aware of the world around it while it's conversing using the conversant engine.
So basically, your system, and knowing it's been a while since you and I've I haven't looked at the current version, but I mean, you were early on in compartmentalizing, like the human brain. You created your engine similar to the brain, where you had the motor cortex that ran simple functions and motor functions, and so you developed your engine, and others have developed on that same premise. Where just like we as humans, like if I go to touch a stove, and I'd say I took something hot and don't realize it. My brain doesn't have to tell my hand to yank away. It's like those nerve endings have stimuli, and then it sends a signal to my brain, and then my brain says, ouch, right? So you've developed similar systems, and their AI is moving to that way where these independent systems work together independently. So they're experts, especially embedded intelligence and machine language. I'm seeing that evolve. It's been slow, guys. I mean, it's been amazingly slow evolution. But Tesla's done a great thing, because if you look at a Tesla, for example, maybe use that as an analogy for those in the audience, how Tesla used this independent systems between visual, audio, mapping, GIS information, and object avoidance, and so on. So, and applying that, and where AI is going, and the safety aspects of it, because Tesla's a walking testament to safety and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, for sure. You can remember back in the early 2000s, we gave a lecture, and we had that projector which projected Abraham Lincoln up onto the wall. When we were given our lecture, he would chime in and say things, about his life, who he was, everything else. But one time we had Abraham Lincoln tell a joke. And there were, I think, about 400 people in the audience, and we were letting him go through the conversation that we were having with him. I had a little microphone on, and we were kind of cheating back then. We were talking into the microphone, but we had a typist, over there on the keyboard typing to Abe what I was saying, and then Abe would output a verbal response. But when he output his joke, the entire audience started laughing at the end of the punchline. And while they were laughing, we didn't say anything. We just let them carry on until the laughter began to die down. And then we said, do you guys realize you're being entertained by a machine? For the first time, we began to realize that the machine's impact on human emotion would begin to change. Now, it wasn't the text-based chatterbot, but it was the aesthetic viewing of the facial modeling, which created the connection between the human and the machine. So they could look at the machine and they could see its face, they could see the expressions, they could converse with it and learn from it, and it could learn from them. And they felt like they were having a connection with another human, because temporarily they were fooled by an avatar that was designed to connect with them emotionally. I think over time that could definitely be used in such a way that it could aid humanity in helping them change or evolve, especially if we understand and know how to use this tool later on in the future.
Thanks, guys, stealing my AI research project. Oh, it's amazing.
So, Owen, what are some of the handicaps you're seeing? And go ahead, Anthony.
I was going to say, I can't tell you how many times I've said that over the decades. Every time I look at something today on AI, I go, oh my gosh, I was doing that 25 years ago. How could I not have foreseen to try to protect that intellectual property? Because back then I wasn't really interested in protecting it. All I wanted to do was just get the model up and running and get it communicating with people and start learning from it. That's all I cared about. It wasn't until I got, in my late 40s, early 50s, that I began to realize I probably should have, taken some of the intellectual property I created and at least tried to, capitalize on it rather than make it open source.
So I actually have the inverse feeling about it, which is maybe a little weird. But my game out of this is like it becomes so good so fast that thinking you can protect it with kind of traditional IP approaches isn't going to be true. What we do know is training AI is a lot harder than building an AI. And so my kind of long game is, if I'm going to build AI products, I want to think about the future of those products and the financial models in which they will continue to be sustainable. And so my long bet is on reducing cost in the care of human health, not making money off of that process. It's actually modifying the risk. And when you can be a rain god, it helps if you control the rain. So if you can modify human suffering at the end of the day, be in the underwriting game, and I don't mean American health insurance, which has as its job increasing cost. I mean actually mitigating risk and making money by having better risk models. And that's a more sustainable and frankly humane way to both bring novel and wildly effective treatments to bear and make money off of it without having to protect IP, because it's better if more people are well, which undercuts United Healthcare. So come get me. But that's a joke because I know they can't, because I do defense intelligence contracting. So good luck with that.
Oh, and if you go to patents.google.com and you type my name, you'll see that in 2005, I filed a patent for Google+. I created the world's first circle of friends. However, that patent got stifled years and years. They just kept stifling it. I kept trying to push it through, but they kept stifling it. Finally, in 2011, Google comes out with the Google Plus engine, and they totally disregard all of my work that I did to generate the world's first Circle of Friends database, an associative network database. I worked with several friends on this, spent millions of dollars trying to create it, only to be squashed by a giant corporation. When you say don't protect it, then I look at the idea that, wait a minute, if I don't, then someone else will. And they will be the profiteers of it. And I would rather, because I have a philanthropy heart, I want to give, I want to help others. And the only way that I can do that is to protect what I create, and then be able to decide what I can do to help others with what I create. And that gets taken away
I am
from
agreeing
me.
with you. I am agreeing with you, and I've been robbed, like literally and figuratively, in the past. My argument was more that while we're thinking of IP and protecting ourselves and protecting what we do, if we think of the financial models in which they'll be used, where the puck is going, like skate to the future, like Google was gonna steal that, right? Someone was gonna steal it from you if they could. And if it's a thing that can only be protected by a lawsuit, well, then you're going to have a lot of lawsuits to file. But if it's a thing that undercuts the financial model of the thieves, you're in a different position. And as a health professional, I can undercut the financial model of United Healthcare, for example, to name a $330 billion in annual revenue company, by doing things dramatically cheaper, which blows up their gig. So that's what I think about it. It's not protecting just the IP, which of course you have a right to, as do all owners of intellectual property. But having a strategy to protect it financially is really what I'm advocating for, not for having it unprotected and having you be robbed, which is not good. And that's the point of the AI robots of the future, to enforce that for you, perhaps.
Quickly,
Yeah,
I would like to,
I'm
before we continue, quickly, I'd like to introduce Jessica Kirsch as well. She's got her hand up for a bit there. Also, I will be going for a few seconds. Nikki, if you can you take over, basically, you two co-hosts. I hope the space doesn't disconnect. I'm about to do the instance transfer, so if we disconnect, we disconnect. If all goes well, we continue on.
Wait, you're switching you're switching your device?
Yes, because one handles payment and the other does not.
Okay, so wait, before you do anything, just make sure you've done this before. Like, we got to do pep talk. It's been so glitchy. I was reading through some other stuff, and people are having trouble getting into spaces and starting spaces, so we're kind of in that mode. So before you shut down, like, keep this space moving and grooving. open the other space on the other device. If you have a third device, try to open it. And as long as you're showing as host and they're both at, like, you hear them as, like they're like sound in stereo, meaning like they're current and going. Don't shut us down until you have the other one up and running and you
All good.
test.
All happened. Smooth transfer. We may
Okay.
continue.
All
I'll be back in a bit.
My palms are sweating for you. Okay. Sorry, guys.
No problem. Thank you, Nikki, so much. And thank you for everybody for hosting this. This has been very interesting. Can everybody hear me? Can I have a thumbs up from anybody if you can hear me? Thumbs up. All right, thumbs up, thumbs up. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And Nikki, to a fellow Midwestern girl, whoop, whoop. I'm from Indiana originally.
Nice to find you. Like, I've seen you in the spaces. I haven't talked to you yet. It's nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. Okay, and what was just discussed, I may not be qualified to speak on the matter, but I do have an opinion on the matter. So in terms of intellectual property rights and open source and what the two gentlemen were speaking of having the idea stolen and such, I can empathize. However, I feel that in terms of AI and the safety of humanity as a whole, I feel it's important maybe to think of it less in a money or how much money will this make kind of scenario, and think of it as like a culmination of all of these people or humanity as a whole. Because if just one person is doing research on a particular topic, or that introduces confirmation, or is it information bias? It's just one person's opinion, and much like ChatGPT, we're not exactly sure who's providing the data to it, or the number, or the different people that are providing the data to it. And like I said, I'm not in that field, and I'm not trying to take away from the fact that you spent a long time researching different topics. However, I just feel it's important to mention that, first of all, America is such a I always mess with this word, litigious society, that we're always, we're trying to sue everybody for something. But in the grand scheme of things, in terms of advancing AI in a safe way for humanity, I've heard Elon Musk speak on this before, where he's mentioned that he doesn't care about patents. And it was in reference to an interview that was conducted by a YouTuber. His name is Tim Dodd. He goes by the Everyday Astronaut, in terms of talking about technology for SpaceX and Starship and the engines, the Raptor engines. And he had mentioned, Tim had asked if, Elon and SpaceX had patented, certain technologies. And he's like, I don't give a shit about patents, or maybe I can't remember exactly what he said. And because the importance is general, overall, positive outcome for humanity. And for Tesla as one of the biggest AI companies, in my opinion, in the United States, maybe internationally, globally, now, and definitely will be in the future, just my opinion, I feel that the data that they're collecting and have collected over the years with full self-driving, they have actual real world data proven, because every single Tesla vehicle that is on the ground, they're all on the ground, until the Roadster package with the SpaceX, or Roadster with the SpaceX package. Anyways, every Tesla vehicle that is driving in full self-driving, even though if it's in beta, Tesla is collecting that data, and every single instance is being recorded. And if something happens, they're able to, almost within real time see, or I don't know exactly how it happens behind the scenes, but they've collected all of this AI data. So if this, then that scenarios. If this happens, then the car will react in this way. If that happens, then the car will react this way. If this happens, then it'll react this way, or this way. So I just kind of wanted to just bring up that the collection of data from a million sources, I feel like is in my opinion far more important than the monetary value that one could get from patenting that research study, I guess, if that makes sense.
So
Thank you for
Jessica,
listening.
I think it's a good point, and I think you actually misunderstand why Elon doesn't care about patents. If you're Tesla and you have 500,000 cars plus at the time he made that comment first, driving around on the road and collecting all the self-driving data, you don't need a patent to protect it anymore. Meaningfully, because that's a head start in the amount of data about driving on the road, which creates the moat. So you could patent, I'm going to have self-driving all day long, and that entitles you to a lawsuit, right, that you can go after. It does not give you the data of 500,000 plus people and now many more collecting all the data about how to self-drive for reals. So the moat financially for Tesla is not the patents, even remotely, because they have a data moat on extremely expensive and hard to collect data that you'd need to build another giant popular car company to get people into to collect that data on your behalf. The IP on that is almost a trivial issue at that point. So it's not that he wants to give it away, it's that he went and collected it first, and that gives you a head start, which is better protection of your intellectual property than the methodology for how to do it, which is how traditional intellectual property patents work. And so my argument to Anthony was essentially, yeah, collecting all the data in a way that is going to financially undercut those who would rob you is a decent strategy in a world where there are people who will rob you.
You had to look at the fact that we are nowhere near as powerful as companies like Google. We don't have the luxury of having $680 billion in our bank accounts to be able to say that, oh, I don't care about patents. A patent, and a lot of people don't really truly understand this, but a patent doesn't provide you any protection whatsoever. The very moment you file your patent, you are published on the internet at a repository, and it's for the whole world to see. So the patent is not protecting you from anything. Someone can just simply look at that patent and go, oh, well, I can improve upon that, and therefore now I now own that field. But what a patent does give you the right to is it gives you the right to be at market. So when you have a patent on your ideas, you then can go ahead and say, okay, now I can take my idea to market. Because if you go to market without that patent, then all of the large companies can squash you in a second and do away with you and all of your work, and you have nothing to be able to fight back with if you don't have a right to be there in the marketplace. So when people go, oh, well, I have a patent now, I'm all protected. Yeah, good luck. Go up against a company like Google. Try to sue them. I did in 2011. Try to sue them. You can't. A company like that owns all. Someone's got a microphone on.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, yeah. So basically, when you get your patent application, now you can go to market and you can now do all your work and publish it, and you can financially benefit from it, enough to feed your family, enough to give jobs for other people to feed their families. But when you have a large corporation that comes in and takes over that field and then removes you from that area, now you no longer have the ability to provide others with the ability to take care of their family. It's not about how much money you're going to make, but it is about being able to have the right to be there so that you can make money to survive and work within that environment.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand it from that perspective.
Yeah, well, thank you. I thoroughly can understand. I've written so many patents, and I have quite a few patents myself. None of them have done anything for me because I usually work for corporations, which when I invent something, all of my assignment rights go to the company I work for, and they financially benefit from it, not me or my family. When I created the artificial intelligence software, I wanted to be able to utilize that artificial intelligence software to create a world that would have millions of users and people benefiting and learning and growing and gathering information, but that doesn't come free. You have to pay for it. My server costs alone were $30,000 a month. So I had to come up with ways of being able to generate revenue to be able to stay in the market and compete against everybody else that was in the market at that time. So here we are, decades into the future. I look at a lot of the work now. I see how pattern matching systems work. As a matter of fact, I've even caught a couple of companies, Google being one of them. I hope you're listening. When they took the associative network data and literally replicated. So if you go to patents.google.com, type in Anthony Carson, hit enter, go to the third patent down, you'll see that I have a patent on social networking systems and method. This shows the world's first circle of friends 6 years before Google did it, and they replicated my patent. Now go to Google Patents and look up Google's patent. You'll see that our patents are almost identical. Yet because Google owns the repository, they control the patentability. That means they are basically your judge. And if you file a patent application and it goes in their repository, then how do you stop somebody like that from looking at your work and then going, you know what? We can control whether or not that examiner grants them right to market, and we can take his work. Now they own the repository. They own all your data. Now they go in and they start doing the work on it. And then 6 years later, they catch up. And obviously we had websites up and running at that time. So our code was accessible if they wanted access to it with GoDaddy. And then they get our code and they do the exact same thing we did, and at that point, the stifling of my patent quit, and theirs was granted in 60 days, which is an almost impossibility. If you look at the time that Google filed their patent for Google Plus, and the time that it was granted was 60 days. It takes 2 years to get a patent. For me, sometimes it takes 4 and 5 years. I have to literally argue with the examiners all the time trying to get my applications through. So they have the luxury of not arguing. They're worth hundreds of billions of dollars. They can buy whatever argument they want, and the examiner will get paid, and they'll go away with the application, and you won't. So I think it's going to be very, very difficult for the smaller inventors, the small creators. And you have to remember that a lot of these guys that you see today, they don't have intellectual property on the artificial intelligence engines. And the reason why they don't is because it became public space. When I first wrote the Yaponda engine, I made it open source and gave it away to the world. I did this because I wanted it to evolve and I wanted it to grow. And today, everyone's doing it and they're profiting from it. Then I look at it and go, well, maybe I should have controlled that. Maybe I should have got in on that and at least written an application for it. I didn't bother because after what happened with Google Plus, who would want to write an application the moment you publish it? No, the moment you type it on your computer in Microsoft Office, you're basically typing it on Microsoft's servers. Now Microsoft has everything you just wrote in their servers. And if it catches the interest of their eye, then they will intercept it and they'll start the filing on it. So you no longer have the privacy anymore. You no longer have any way of being able to write anything without someone else of power knowing about it. And it's almost like my book, The Watershed Moment. I took it offline because publishers stopped paying on it. They started torrenting it, and it wasn't worth just keeping in Amazon.
Go ahead, Jessica.
I feel for you. I'm I'm so sorry. As I'm Googling your patent, patents.google.com, I'm thinking to myself, I'm typing it into the Google search bar. So and like what you said, if you type it into Microsoft, I forget what program you said, that it automatically goes into their database and they can assess whether or not they find interest in it. And I can speak from, so Google owns YouTube, right? And YouTubers are often misunderstood by with how much money their channel is making. People think that YouTubers make all of this money and that it's all going to them. Well, I can speak from experience as a small channel that, and I think about this often, every time that I upload a video to my YouTube channel, it's training Google. I'm giving them information on whatever topic it is that I'm covering. Whether they have the information or not is irrelevant, but I'm providing my take on it, right? And so, like when I tell people about my channel, I say, I'll say, I'll say it's just my name, Jessica Kirsch, and if they don't understand that, I say type in Jessica SpaceX, and then it'll come up. But they have to go to Google in order to do that, and so. I feel I don't totally feel your frustration from your perspective, but I understand how frustrating that must be, and I'm sorry that you've been through that. And my apologies on what I said earlier, not understanding the entire scenario. I do find it interesting as I'm sitting here reading your patent. Let's see, published March 28, 2013, social networking system and method, and yeah, the moment that that's published, I completely understand that's frustrating that doesn't provide you the protection that it should. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say. I feel for you.
I noticed you just said 2013. I actually filed that in 2005. So now I'm going there to look to see. They've been doing this to me also. Is that they've been moving my filing date forward and moving theirs backwards. And so that it makes it seem as if their filing date was before mine, and it was not.
That's dirty.
It was 5 years. It was 5 years before then.
I'm seeing filed November 26, 2012, and then published March 28, 2013.
No, ANTHLY CAR. So I'll see. Social networking systems and method. It shows, I'm looking at it right now. It shows my filing date. Yeah, 11/2012. That is so wrong. Okay, so now look, if you go back one real quick and notice, just hit your backspace button, right? Hit your backspace button.
Okay, yes.
Now, do you see where it says social? Do you see priority 2006? You see priority 2006? So that's what they're doing on the publication. They're showing it was filed in 2012. That is an outright lie. It shows priority 2006. And then if you look at it, it shows later on filed January 5th, 2012. That is a lie. 2011 is when I filed my application. Or 2011 is when they're saying I filed my application, but you can look and see where it still says priority 2006 10/26. That shows right there that they're trying to hide when I actually filed it before theirs.
That's gross. That's wrong.
This is fascinating because this is a great example of my skate where the puck is going point, because like that's a shallow fake. Right? Like there are plenty of fakes that rely on our ability to not realize that like everything could be fake. And in the very near future, the easy assumption is everything could be fake that's online. And so what Google is doing to Anthony right now is simultaneously undercut by his own innovation. Because in the future, no one will believe anything, kind of a priori, which by the way, we shouldn't, because scammers will lie to us and big companies will lie to us and they'll want us to believe their story. and the ability to figure out kind of truth from fiction is, I hope at least, the enduring use case for cryptocurrency. Not a bunch of scammy meme coins, but the ability to create an indelible record of something, anything that happened. And so what Anthony's talking about, a patent with a date and a picture of a thing and a filing, like super easy to fake, and creating things that are harder to fake so that it's harder to scam us is, I think, a really important use case for, say, cryptocurrency, tying it into the conversation that brought us here. Because what Google is doing in this case, and I don't know, I'm not looking at any of it, but like that's an obvious thing to do. Like there's just infinite fake documents. When I do some consulting to intelligence, my answer is usually, we'll create as many fakes as is humanly possible, so that your adversaries, who will hack your systems, you have to assume that, will not be able to tell the real one from the fake one. And so if you're our military deploying in Ukraine against Russia to support Ukraine, Russia's got better hackers, right? So just have as many operations manuals as you can, as an example of just like, the blizzard of endless fakes has its own force and power that creates a suspension of belief, right? Fakes are about the suspension of disbelief. And disbelief is protective. We should not believe people who want to scam us, and we believe it too often. And that's what the baddies are using, is the fact that we're gullible. But when anything can so easily be fake, that equation subtly but rapidly can change.
Agree. Sorry, Mimi's been patiently, she's got her hand up. I didn't mean to pivot from this. We can always come back. I agree. Patents are a toughy subject. I mean, they're very expensive. You're dealing, depending what country you're at, and so on. So, I mean, we could have an entire space on intellectual property, especially for entrepreneurs and startups and early stage companies. And like Anthony said, they're only as good as you're willing to defend them and defend it. Because once you publish a patent and it's granted, you then have to defend that position. Otherwise, it becomes public domain. So, that gets very expensive. Patent litigation is the most expensive litigation there is. And it's a very niche market as well. So, look into that if you guys are talking about patents. I mean, like I said, artificial intelligence, Microsoft Research was even the first to try to get patents using a form of ANN and artificial intelligence, helping write patents. Similar, this is way before ChatGPT and so on. And Microsoft Research, I'll have to go find that, but maybe next spaces I'll bring something up around that. But go ahead, Mimi. You've been patiently waiting. Go ahead.
Well, and I hope I'm not veering too far off topic now. I feel a little lost in the weeds, but I feel like a lot of what people were discussing before is addressed with blockchain. When you have that indelible record to show, like, yes, I did file this on this date. Google can't just go in and claim that it was at another time. And I also thought that there was some interesting conversation about Google and its essential possession of the internet, in that you're just typing and all that data is being collected. So maybe at a future time, but Mind Your Biz specializes a lot in privacy, and I would love to see a space where we could discuss privacy in this age of corporate ownership of the internet. But to pivot back, what I have been thinking about in terms of AI safety, I love the idea of AI being this amplification of utility. But I read an article recently that discussed a simulation where they had a drone that was supposed to target, the fictional people. But it had fictional targets, and they were just testing out how this AI would control this fake drone, and they had a human kind of on the button to stop it. The AI would make decisions, but then the human had the ultimate authority in determining whether or not the execution of the target would happen. And ultimately, what happened was that the human was interfering with the AI's goal. And so the AI turned on the human and like, you know, in the simulation killed the human. And so it was then communicated to the AI, oh, this is against the rules, you know, that's bad, you're not going to gain as many points. And it was coming from this communication tower. And so the AI turns on the communication tower because it was just hell-bent on, you know, accomplishing its objective. So my concern is what do we do about these types of fallibilities in the system? Because, you know, the AI is only as sophisticated as what we give it, and we are fallible. So AI is this reflection of us. And so what do we do? How can we prevent these, you know, inevitable outcomes?
Who wants to take that? Anthony, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you can prevent it. I think, and ultimately in the end, it's going to be a learning process. And I don't think that the drone actually does actual commitment by itself to turn around and attack the tower. Somewhere in its coding, it has to have someone who inserted the data in order for it to do that. So it's not just going to come up with its own data and then, oh, well, it just makes sense to go and attack the tower instead. It would basically be somebody who was responsible for putting that in as a probable output scenario. And I think that the only safeguarding you're going to get is either one, have a preemptive safeguard where somebody, some group is responsible for the oversight of data that goes in, and there again you have censorship of data that's going to be occurred based on the arbiters who believe that it's true and correct or right in order for it to be installed into the engine model. The AI, until it becomes a self-learning entity where it writes its own knowledge based on basically Pavlovian response. You insert data and it has some type of Pavlovian response. It's all automated. It's not you know, pre-written. Until we get to that point, then we're merely just the people responsible for what the outcome is of the engine model itself. I hope that makes sense.
It does. Oh, sorry. I was going to say it does to a degree, but I just recall something you were saying earlier in the space about how you created this AI model and kind of left it to function and I apologize because a lot of this is just my own ignorance with these processes. They are more technical than, you know, beyond my understanding, but that when you came back to it, like where it had gone had kind of veered very far from what your expectation was, and how do you account for that? Does that make sense?
You're talking about the ghost in the shell actually having things happen that we couldn't explain, so we had to scour through the code to try to figure out why it did specific things, because we know ultimately in the end somewhere it gathered that data and somewhere it made this decision to do that. And that was what we call the ghost in the shell paradox. We didn't insert that response, but we got that response. Now it was up to us to try to figure out how, and if we could figure that out, then how do we alter it or change it? And a lot, and whether of course back then it was just simply plastic, animals on a grid and a robot arm making choices, right? And so choices that it made were within the constraints of what it was programmed. But when it made choices outside those constraints, then it left us trying to figure out, well, why did it do that and how did it do that? And we know that somewhere we had written a rule for the output construct to actually generate that response, but we have to, really research it to figure that out. It didn't do it on wants and needs or reward. It did it because it was logical, and it created that part of the output response automatedly, but it's because it was programmed to create that output response based on what it was learning.
I see. So I guess then the question is, how do we protect for our own lack of foresight? Because that was a lack of foresight then on the part of the experiment. I'm talking now about the drone thing that I read about. Like, I don't think they anticipated the AI responding the way that it did. How do we have that foresight before we put AI in control of things that are potentially dangerous?
Yeah, we actually have a little bit of experience in this. Biz and I worked together on a project to recognize guns, and we used a drone to attack people who might be of danger with a gun. Now the problem is that we can't tell the difference between who is the good person, who is the bad person. But nevertheless, we can see the gun. We can tell. We can actually use a Python model, and we can actually tell that is definitely a gun. And then we can give it a set of instructions to attack whoever that person is. And we have a video somewhere, Biz, of the drone attacking me at one of our offices when I picked up the drone. And when I picked up the gun, and the drone attacked me and ran into me, and the video shows me picking up the gun. And as soon as I did, I look up and I see the whirling of the props take off on the drone, and it starts flying straight at me, smacks me right in the face and knocks me over. And that's the end of the video. And I don't know, you should put that on YouTube, Biz. That was pretty good. But
That was pretty amazing.
Yeah, do you still have that video?
Somewhere I've got some stuff archived. So Anthony and I have done some saving lives technology stuff, both for post Sandy Hook and actually before that with some sniper detection stuff. We were deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq with some technologies that detected gunshots and stuff like that. If you've ever seen the movie American Sniper with Bradley Cooper, well, that's Chris Kyle. We actually worked with his special forces units and using Anthony's artificial intelligence engine together acoustic signatures to detect a muzzle blast and supersonic and triangulate in on that. So if you remember from the movie, those that've seen that, it was a real event based on real events. And so special forces get all the fun toys and stuff. So this system would use his AI and distinguish between, loud noise like that, like a clap or fireworks or backfire from that. So, we tried a lot of things, and then when Sandy Hook and some of these other school shootings, we thought, hey, we take our knowledge that we learned from that and try to apply it to a drone that didn't have an attack mechanism. It was really just to distract the shooter because, by the time the cops get there, every second, counts. So we've done a lot of philanthropist-based work using his artificial intelligence and sensor networks to try to save lives and make an impact that didn't have a monetary value attached to it. So a lot of that research was fun. And,
we deployed that in Rochester where I trained in medical school. The trauma surgery team just deployed your ShotSpotter system to more rapidly identify when kids got shot in urban shootings.
They use our
trauma surgery to them. Yep.
Correct.
I was there.
We licensed our, if you can't beat them, join them. And, we invest in early stage technology and find companies that can take it to market. And it's been our strong suit over the years. And my forte is being able to understand geek talk, like you mentioned earlier. I can go toe to toe and learn it, but I can't write. And even though I can write some of these artificial intelligence processes, I understand it, but I also speak Wall Street investor, big corporate, and how to streamline it, get to market. And that's where a lot of inventors and Anthony's not had this problem, but a lot of people have that disconnect in figuring out how to bridge that gap over to corporate America and building backwards from the cell. How are you going to build something for acquisition?
A million points. Can I just underscore what you just said, like really hard? If you're going to be deploying capital into these things, the ethics matter first, not the dollars. You make the dollars work. It doesn't work if you don't make the dollars work. If capital is going to go where it's going to go. So when we're developing things, we need to understand they could be used in a variety of different ways, and put the money behind the things that are good, not the things that will harm us.
Agree 100%. And sometimes you bet on the wrong horse. I mean, you mean to do social good, but we've had so many people that see our ideas or see his vision and ideas and still leave them. Once they get money and get him working, and then he's turned over this intellectual property, they've ghosted his knowledge, and then they throw him to the side. I've seen it happen time again. And just thinking, I've got the golden goose now, it's mine, and they don't realize it's the team and the people that build that vision. And without them, how are you going to get on the moon if you fired your rocket scientists? I've seen it time and time again. Greed is always a factor there, and you got to guard yourself. So it's unfortunate. There's a lot of good out there, and a lot of it's stifled through greed. We see that in crypto. We see it in medical. We see it with big corporations. And so, I'm all about, giving more power back and create a more equal playing field. And I think that's where artificial intelligence, that's what this discussion is about, is one, how to protect itself, but how to utilize it as a tool to even the playing field, because it does. You have knowledge at your hand in your mobile device to everything on the planet, technically. And in spaces like this to come together and talk through things, we've covered a lot of different subject matters here. And I really appreciate Adrian. Shout out to him as far as going into these different disciplines. Like you came over from, he's been in crypto, he's been in ordinals, he's been in Bitcoin, he's been in medical and psychedelics, he's been in, SpaceX and aviation, and it's just fascinating. And really appreciate him bringing these collective minds together. And I try to jump those other spaces. I learn. I'm like him. I'm a sponge. So yeah, you're right. And it's good to do social good. They don't always pay the bill. You can't eat stock and goodwill all the time, but it's, if you have your heart right and you have it in place, these things will fall in place for sure. It's just a process. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. I agree 100%.
When you were talking about the SpaceX stuff, was Jessica mentioning the space that we will have?
Yes, I believe so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Like I was out buying chicken. I do stir fry on this day of the week. This is also for those of you in crypto. I'm actually going to be hosting a space later today once again, and it is going to be about Sattributes. Now, Sattributes is a beautiful 100-piece collection that is basically a tribute to Satoshi, so Sattribute tribute. Right? Yeah, it's very nice. That's also why I've had so many circles in my good morning and good night art, because I've been basically, subliminally referencing what they're doing. I just absolutely love the art. It's basically a mathematical pattern as well. Something to do with the golden ratio. I'll leave you to figure it out. Once again, it's a beautiful light bulb moment. It actually connects to a second collection. It's not released yet, but I know of it because I'm always in the spaces, and I've got the alpha, and I even referenced that in one of my pieces of art before it even came out. And so I was like, I love it. Yeah, I play mind games with images such as that because I generally find the art is in a sense like that. It's very beautiful. I love it. It's available on Magic Eden. You could buy it if you wanted to. I'm not sure why anyone would even sell that, but it's basically this 100-piece collection is given to various many people in the space. The dreamers, the builders, that kind of thing, the OGs. It's given to them for free, and you can hold that. It's like and then of course you have a special role in the Discord server as well. It's a very special thing to hold. I'm very honored by it. I honestly did not imagine that I would come this far. I'm like standing amongst people who've been in this space for 5-10 plus years, and just me here. It's been barely 2 months. I'm just standing there. It's quite nerve-wracking. Every time I start a space with various people, I have a small little moment of realization. I'm thinking to myself, good God, what you are doing is what some people could only do if they'd done something like this over a period of years. But yeah, I suppose I have in a way, but yeah, now I'm here. I've always educated myself on the things least known. So yeah, I guess it finally does pay off. And I think it's very nice that we can bring people together and we can truly see all sides of most arguments. And I think that's really powerful because most shows tend to just completely ignore those sides of things. And I'm just unbiased. I'll be on any show, I'll be asking anyone questions, even if I ask very specific people in crypto who've been called various things, either it be accurate or not. I don't care. I just go there and ask them questions that would be asked, you know. And the same also applies to anyone, really. Even like my political affiliations, I do not have any. I could interview anyone from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. It would not matter to me. All I would have is questions, and then the public can ask some questions as well. That's the idea of the space. It doesn't matter. It may have some caveats to the example that I've just mentioned, but in a sense, that is just what it is. There's so much more to this, and I think it's really cool. And I'm actually looking forward to the space on, you know, Starship and such. Is going to be so cool. It's going to be the first one I've done on the subject, and I've been waiting for people who are knowledgeable on this to, you know, help me out. So I'm really grateful that I found Jessica Kirsch. Who was very nice. Actually, she was the one who kind of inspired me to do that, because I saw it and I was like, hey, finally I've got someone who knows what they're talking about. So yeah, that space is in fact coming, and in the future we'll also have a tokenomics space. But yes, later today or wherever you are, there will be a space on the Sattributes project, hosted with the founder himself, who's a very interesting individual. So do turn in for more.
Yeah, he's well spoken, and that's an interesting part of collection and art. You know, I've been in crypto since early 2011, and Bitcoin and mining, big capacity mining. I liked it because I liked the decentralization and you know, being in business early at a young age, just understanding the frustration with banks and that power and controlling your own finances and getting credit and there's credit lines and establishing that, and it drew me to Bitcoin. But this attributes is a whole new aspect. You know, it's like if I had 100 pennies, for those that are listening in, not to divert, but you know, if you had 100 pennies in your hands and you're a rare coin collector, you know, say one of those pennies is worth $1 million because it's some misprint from 1930s depression, and there was only maybe 10 of these in circulation. There might be missing the Denver stamp on there. So think of a SATtribute or SAT as part of the Bitcoin blockchain and architecture there. Not to get into too much of the weeds, but if I handed these 100 pennies and you weren't a coin collector, you'd look at that and you would probably go to the drugstore or grocery store or gas station, and you'd give the attendant this $1 million penny with the 100 payments. So if you had a ability to isolate that, or if you knew, or you had the knowledge base and you could isolate that, now you could separate that out. So we're just seeing now technology to separate these those rare pennies in this scenario in a wallet and separate, because they're the special, like a digital wallet, like your wallet you would put these coins in. If your wallet actually had the ability to say, oh, that's $1 million penny, don't let go of that, you need to put that in the safe or put it in safekeeping. That's what these intelligent wallets do. And what he means by attributes is when Bitcoin was started January 3rd of 2009, that very first block that was minted, if you understand blockchain, has a very unique attribute. And then every time there's a difficulty adjustment and so on, so there's rarities, epics, and so on. Well, they become very scarce, and people are putting artwork, they're putting videos, they're putting audio files and music and artists. So I definitely encourage you to check those spaces out. I've never seen people go into spaces and build on the fly and solve problems like the Ordinal community and the Bitcoin and its attribute type leadership there. So sorry to take over. You know, I just wanted to just very passionate about that, and I think anybody listening jump over there because it's fascinating to see this happening since January, building an infrastructure and an industry in real time, and I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I'm excited about artificial intelligence and been involved with it a long time, but nothing is growing at this exponential parabolic rate that we've seen with Bitcoin and ordinals.
I mean, also, like, it's not only that, but we also have there's this one group of people out there, absolutely amazing, called On-Chain Monkey. And so it may not sound like much on the surface to anyone who's not necessarily experienced in it, but what they are doing is very vital for the future, specifically when it comes to Web3 internet and the ability to own that internet in a sense, because, you know, ownership of what you have is very important. Personally, I think so. So what they are doing is they're basically utilizing this space that exists within Bitcoin. It's called the block space. And the way to envision it is very simple. You imagine Manhattan. Okay, imagine the entire blockchain is Manhattan. And within Manhattan, or like New York itself, there are many pieces of land upon which things can be built. These buildings are inscriptions, and recursive inscriptions are skyscrapers. So basically, the idea of OCM is to take a large amount of information and using recursive inscriptions, condense it in such a way that you can build a very large structure on a small area. Think about it this way. Something that would normally require at least 100 to 60 megabytes of data to render, they can inscribe on a space that is sub 1 kilobyte big. Think about this for a second. Sub 1 kilobyte. 4K streamed directly from the blockchain, three-dimensional looking object, which is an on-chain monkey, with shading and everything on sub 1 kilobyte, which is smaller than 1 kilobyte. It's absolutely mind-blowing. What they've done basically is, to give a visualization of how advanced it is, they have basically built a 21st century skyscraper in 19th century Manhattan. That's what they have done. And so I think this specifically is an amazing future to look towards, where you can have an ownable internet through blockchain. Because the thing is, normally you have data that you don't own, not really own. It's on someone's server somewhere. Server goes down, everything goes down. But Bitcoin, you cannot just simply shut down. For as long as there's energy left on the planet that can power a computer, Bitcoin will exist forever. It will exist on there. That data is not going anywhere. Unless there's no more energy on the planet, it's not going anywhere. It's on there forever. Immutable data storage, which is a beautiful concept. With it, of course, come various risks. There'll be some data that should definitely not be viewed, nor should it even be on there. But it will be on there, and that's okay. Not really, but there's really nothing much you can do about it. Even in the real world, you cannot fully sanitize the internet. And the good thing is, however, that those inscriptions that would contain such terrible content can themselves be flagged as potentially harmful. And I mean, you're not necessarily viewing that content because you want to, unless of course you really do. Because I mean, if you actively go out there and look for an inscription, then you are in fact looking for it. If you accidentally stumble upon it because you're just scrolling through inscriptions, wondering what's going on, then that's a different story. But mostly that content isn't out there to cater to anyone. It just is because it is, and it's unfortunate and terrible. But I mean, that's also a risk associated with immutable data storage, that there might be something out there that is truly harmful, and you cannot necessarily take it down. You can take, measures in order to make sure that this content cannot generate any harm to anyone, but there's only a limited amount of influence that you can have on something that is immutable. So yeah, so I'm trying to look at this from a very realistic standpoint. There's a absolutely overwhelmingly large amount of benefit that can be gathered from this, and at the same time, there's also quite a decent, sizable chunk of disadvantage and something dangerous that will also come with this. But I think genuinely the good outweighs the bad in this scenario. And yeah, I'm actually excited for immutable data storage. And what OCM is doing is they're pioneering this. And the way they've done it is the way they're doing it basically is they are going to also show other people how to do it, basically giving them the methods by which they have engineered and built and designed those skyscrapers such that you can do it yourself. Because at the end of the day, we all benefit more from a better utilized blockchain. So yeah, there's only limited amounts of land on there. It's all limited. It's very scarce. It's basically a property in Manhattan. It doesn't exist more anywhere else. It's just there. So better build a good skyscraper.
Andrew, we have a couple of hands. I don't know if you want to go to those now.
Go for it. Yeah.
Hey, I just want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say hi to Gary really quick because I invited him up to speak, so I haven't seen him in a hot minute. But yeah, Tim is next, so just say hi to Gary. Welcome to the stage. Tim's been waiting for a minute, and then Babe.
Hey, good evening. And I just wanted to talk about simulation, like good simulation, bad simulation. Was something I was posting about when you guys were having a discussion about whether or not anybody can catch up to the moat that Tesla has, and the answer is yes. If you if you roll back into GIS and in mapping and what's been done in the drone industry, dating back quite a while now, you can see that data acquisition and real world modeling allows for simulations to be created in high resolution, so that in effect, running, in a type of game theory, you can accelerate your training. And the more accuracy you have of the scanned world in which you are operating, the more accurate the learned or trained data that you get. Okay, so all of this has to be conducted within real world rules-based structure. And so there has to be a specific and controlled, like this is a controlled experimental structure for the purposes of doing the training. In this instance that was brought up of the simulation of the military drone, they do not give us very much information about the simulated environment or the rules that had been given to the drone, or whether or not the rules had been removed from the drone, whether it was operating with unlimited compute power or the ability to do things that a real world drone would never be able to do. So in that way, it was like a game super boss having the choice or ability to do anything, which is not part of the real world construct of what a actual artificial intelligence or machine learning system can do on board, a Predator or Reaper drone in doing certain kinds of calculations. In other words, the total amount of compute on board is extremely limited, and it's very unlikely that it's going to have a edge server located nearby where it can do additional computing. That's not very realistic. Anyway, I guess that's all. I'll leave it there. That's pretty much all. I wanted to hear some thoughts on that and reactions.
Well, I mean, so my experience in past life, I will say this much: with drone technology and communication is redundancy. The military uses very specific bill of materials. They go to painstaking efforts to source those because they worry about malware. I mean, there's been things like light bulbs back when incandescent went to compact fluorescence, that they could generate a tone, and that tone could be heard in frequency. So, I mean, not getting into the weeds there, but communication and it could have been another things. I don't know the context of what she brought up, so I'd have to research and read that. But it could have been a counter signal injected into the control mechanisms. I mean, if you've seen these drone guns that will take down through radio waves, basically diverting them, because we've looked at things from early days, from payload and delivery methods into stadiums and stuff like that. I mean, they're worried about that. I mean, we brought this up. God, I don't know, Anthony. What was it? I mean, early 2000s. Like, look, these drones were coming in. You could buy for $300-400. We're able to carry things, and it'd run 15 minutes. And now that's on everybody's subject matter. So it's really hard to tell what happened there. But you're right. From an artificial intelligence, you can speak more about that. That had to have been something in the code or expanded in the code that was either overwritten remotely or had some other function call that caused it to turn on itself. But I mean, that there's things we'll never know under those black programs and advancements there that are just beyond what you could imagine. I mean, they're moving to unmanned vehicles, and I mean, again, it's part of artificial intelligence, part of safety. I mean, you are saving lives. If we're going to stay the subject matter of the spaces, you're not putting a soldier behind that cockpit or whatever, but now you've got other things to address. So, and I don't know if you want to address that any further on subject matter, but maybe
Yeah, I
somebody
mean,
else
if we
up
want
here.
to, I mean, the authorization for command and control, or the operation for, say that in theater a drone can kill, this it's something that's extremely controlled in the real world. And for the most part, from the contractors that I hear from in the field, they are not rolling this out in the field either. Although companies like In Situ will be running experiments out there, at their Oregon test field, tracking the cars running up and down 80. But that's not this idea that you have a drone other than for the purposes of surveillance being fully automated and fully autonomous. So there was an incident, like the real world incident I can think of that actually happened. That was sort of scary with autonomous drones. Was they had I think it was a PAV level drone by Grumman, and it was loitering in the airspace over Germany for a number of days, and they had lost link to it. And so basically it just flew until it, was low enough on fuel that it landed back at the base without incident. But in that incident, this is a fully automated drone. On the other side, you ask about, mitigation. I've actually submitted some, foundational ideas into a cyber funded program to get a university, grad student to do research on drone mitigation technologies, which, are not passive or not signal. So I'm actually working in a direction of physical drone mitigation in the airspace, using a variety of different platforms and novel technologies that I don't think a lot of people have thought of yet, but we'll see. But the big problem is getting anything picked up by either, a government contract. I mean, because they're flooded with various ideas and they don't know which any of those will pan out to anything. And it would be a dream if they could just run a simulation of the theoretical concept of any one of these things to see if they hold water, rather than, making us wait for 5 years to see whether or not the contracts are going to be picked up. Like, by the time 5 years has moved on, who knows? I might be building a platform and be like, you want me to go work on a defense contract now for 3/4 the pay that I'm working on? Like, I would, kind of wonder about whether that's a reasonable thing to do. But I mean, I've been thinking about this for a very long time, and yeah, this issue of signals mitigation. You're not, at some point, these systems will be so shielded. No, you will not be able to take a drone out of the air using any kind of microwave or beaming technology or anything of that. You'll have to do something physically and manually in that space to, take care of that drone, which may actually lead to drone dogfights, but that's science fiction.
Yeah, if I could cut in here, tinfoil. I have a lot of contacts. I work for a government contractor. We make the FBI.gov website, and I have a lot of our business development rep has a lot of relationships with government agencies, and if we could talk on the back channels, I think if the business development representative likes what you're saying, he could maybe share it with some of these agencies we work with. We're mainly on the technology side, not exactly on running simulations like this, but I'm sure he could get you in the right door, for sure. And I definitely understand the impact and how powerful these drones are. My dad worked for the Farm Service Agency for 32 years, and he talked about the technology of these drones used for farming. And it'll blow your mind what these drones are able to do and how they're able to help these farmers. And so yeah, thanks for bringing up this drone topic. It's actually very important. It could have significant implications on our society, and yeah. So
is this Josh that I'm listening to, or because I can't really tell?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Josh. You can Tin, and I'll follow you in back channel.
I'm gonna assume it's my turn. I have my hand raised. And all right, whenever we're talking about these drones and stuff like that, as far as implementation in society, how are we supposed to, as a general, people, supposed to combat against these, very sophisticated, obviously able to differentiate who is who? Like, how are we supposed to combat this in the coming days?
I mean, you really don't as a civilian. Let's pick on the United States, because I don't know where you live, but in the United States, you got protected airfield. So, right now the FAA is passed where you have to have drone licensing, even to pilot even private ones under certain feet and distance, and so on. And you have to have line of sight and so on. If you break those rules, and if you're near a major airport, you can't even initiate most of these. Um, I would say, $500 US dollars and up size drones. So, there are some limitations, safeguards already in place there. Now, it doesn't mean somebody with skills can't bypass those GPS, bypass the internal programming, and there's workarounds. Just like you can jailbreak almost any device and find things out there. So, from a consumer, I mean, celebrities have this problem all the time. I mean, eavesdropping and so on. So they are constantly looking at countermeasures, mainly just to, like we were talking about, divert those radio signals to where you're creating almost an invisible shield that causes, because if most of these fly by radio transmission from a ground module or a unit or an individual, so you would have to have, so it's hard to say. I mean, we can really get into the conspiracy stuff. I mean, there's people that go down that rabbit hole. They have shielding and thermal shielding and suits that don't put a signature out. But I mean, as a U.S. citizen, technically using drones against ourselves, there's a lot of them for civilian and first responders. Use them for fight fires and surveillance and so on. But that surveillance state, I mean, we could carry a whole other conversation. I mean, it does deal with AI and protection. I mean, I don't know if we want to go there tonight, but yeah, it's at some point you got to trust some things, but you got to keep an eye on it and research it, understand where the technology's at, where your local, state, and governments are, what privacy and protection you have. In other words, what do you have the right to go shoot that drone down? I don't encourage that. I'm not saying to go do that, but you need to know those laws before you step out and try to apprehend one of those, because it may be the local sheriff looking for an escapee or something. So I don't advise that in any way, but that's I know drones are another thing is almost as scary as AI. Trust me, and but they are a tool. They're an amazing tool. And someone brought up farming. We worked on a project with artificial intelligence where that drone could take off and it could plant. It used an airsoft rifle, similar like a paintball, but what do they call those? It shoots a little plastic pellet. But anyway, we use that to attenuate to plant seeds in the ground. And literally, one drone would go out and survey the soil because the soil's not all consistent. So it would look at the soil density and soil patterns, and it would look at the crustacean and depth, because these LiDAR systems and thermal sensors could detect it real easy. And then so one would go out and scan and the other would go out and plant. And so you literally could take a van out there with one operator and
People
solar
used to do
panels
this by
and
hand.
run it all day. I'm sorry?
No, I just don't know why people aren't planting anymore.
What do you mean, planting by hand?
Yeah, Ryan, are you kind of getting at like
Shaver.
more gardens?
Hang on
I'm a
just a
big
second.
supporter of people with gardens
Yeah,
and doing gardens.
just want to make sure somebody's not jumping in the middle of something. If you have somebody that's speaking, just let them finish and then jump in. And we do have a couple hands, so go ahead, Biz.
Oh,
So
that's all. I didn't mean to go off on the tangent. I wanted to come back to AI and how AI is used for and drones and tied to that to the subject matter. So in that case, artificial intelligence used to better plant crops and stuff and reduce costs. So if you're trying to feed, because food shortages are a big problem. I don't know if you paid attention worldwide. Some of these may or may not be a manufactured crisis, but you know, we brought up on other spaces Adrian held that like terraforming and going to Mars. Humans aren't going to do that. Robotics and drones and other machines are going to do that for us and not risk valuable human lives. So I see that in cases where I mean, Anthony, jump in here because you're in Dubai where they are just terraforming like nobody else, and growing things in the desert like no one else. So places where there's harsh conditions and human factors, it's just shift those personality. I'm not taking away jobs, and I believe in green society, and definitely, I grew up on a farm and ranch. I know exactly about how jobs are taken and big corporations coming in. But, it's at some point that if you don't look at, evolving or figuring out how to adapt to these things. You know, these are real world problems, and we're just trying to address it. I'm not saying one thing's better than another, and I definitely believe in, and personal farming. Everyone should know that skill and know how to, because the world goes to shit. Those are great skills to have for self survival. Anyway.
I just want to jump in here real quick. My hand's been up. All right. So say that I was just a drone enthusiast at my house. Okay. And I just happen to be very good with programming and artificial intelligence. And I could make my drone do anything I would want it to do. It could be a surveyor of, a square mile of territory or whatever. Who are you or any other agency to tell me that I can't just fly my little drone with its artificial intelligence around my property? And how does that work with people like me that just want to fly their drones and just be left with their own devices, and it just happens to be aerial, aircraft, controlled by AI, but yet controlled by me? How does that work?
I mean, FAA is there for safety. I mean, I've been around a long time. I would not, if I was on a passenger flight with a plane and you exceeded, the 500 feet or whatever the threshold. It's been a minute since I've looked into this. I'd be very concerned of you taking control. I have no problem with you doing what you want on your own property and so on. They have these safeguards in place, these no-fly zones, just like there's space portals that SpaceX and other rockets launch from, and they stop all aviation period around there. So one drone hitting a engine intake would could take that entire plane down, or at least take that entire engine down. So a lot of other safeguards. So that's why if you're within so many nautical miles or miles from an airport, you're probably not going to fly that drone. And there's certain range for that. And FAA has some very strict guidelines. So all I can advise you is look in those. If you're more rural area, you probably have very little to worry about, unless you're around a military zone or areas with free no-fly zone spaces. But regulatory's there. I'm not a big fan of regulatory, but I think there's also give and takes there, checks and balances. Hope that answers your question. But again, I'm not the expert in regulatory.
Kind of it does, but it's just like, I do live close to an airport, but say I were to grab a property or know somebody that has some property very much away from the airport, whenever you institute regulations via the scope of, okay, you're around an airport and they could do this, say I was sufficiently away from that, the regulations are more than likely going to be blanket more than they are pinpoint, which is where this kind of stuff kind of gets into some gray areas.
I had some input on that in regard to the laws actually passed through the NDAA, made a regulatory system where if your drone is over 250 grams, effectively 2 sticks of butter, it has to be registered, and you have to fly on an AMA flying field. You are no longer lawfully allowed to fly on private property with a drone that is over that weight, or a drone that is in a classification for the purposes of business or for the purposes of training related to business. You actually have to go to a special site if you are flying a drone for research and development, or you have to get a waiver from the FAA. If you go and you get your Part 107 license, I believe it is, you can then apply for a waiver to fly, or you can fly under 400 feet in an area that is outside of 5 miles from an airport. But this is only if you have a Part 107, and also inclusive, that your drone is over that specific weight, or basically any drone. If you're doing it for commercial capacity, can actually be a drone of a smaller weight class, which then you still need that 107. So I am unfortunately a drone regulation expert, not by desire, but just by the nature of having been trying to cover drone news and hoping that we would have the ability to make films with our friends without having to spend thousands of dollars for regulatory costs, and it didn't unfortunately pan out that way. Literally, China pulled a lobbyist.
Hey, Tim, could I ask you a question? All right, say I
Sure.
just had a bunch of money and I wanted to go buy a drone that I could fly 5 miles away from my house with the given antenna equipment. Would I be able to do that? Yes or no? And if no, then why, in regards to my own freedom, can I not do that?
Well, the FAA passed these regulations where if anybody spots you and reports you within a time frame that you're flying that drone, the FAA will initiate an investigation. They will look for cameras or information that indicate you where you were flying and or your vehicle. They will look for cell phone videos or anything that you've posted on the internet or YouTube. And, you will eventually, if they are effective at their job, be traced down, and they'll find out that you are, your home is 5 miles away and you bought this drone at X store. And it will be a very unpleasant $20,000 fine.
Why can't I?
It doesn't matter
as a free American citizen, why can't I go buy a drone and fly it at my house today without fear of regulation to shut me down and arrest me?
Right. Well, that's a class action lawsuit that hasn't been initiated yet. That's all I can say about that.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm a free American citizen. I should be able to go buy my own drone.
You're not
I should be able to fly it.
You should.
I mean, why do I have all these regulations? I need to just go buy a commercially available item to have it regulated while I can't fly in my backyard. It might be 5 miles away from me, but you know what? Thank you, technology. It's 2023.
Right. China hired some. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Are you a commercial truck driver? Do you have a commercial CDL to drive a truck, a semi truck?
I happen to also have a commercial license as well, so I can communicate with you on that.
Okay, beautiful. So what's your thoughts about, say, something like a 18-year-old getting behind the wheel that's never even driven one of those rigs that are very detrimental on the road? From a safety regard, the regulatory pattern. You can only drive so many hours, and you got to have books, records, and insurance is a pain in the ass. They put a lot of pressure regulatory on truckers. I'm not for some of those things. It made it very hard for truckers to make money in somebody with CDL. So I'm not opposed against that. But do you believe there's some certain safety measures and regulatory things around getting a CDL that puts a benchmark to make it safer for not just yourself, but others on the road? And I think that's where this FDA regulation, it's not really trying to take away your freedoms, but it's a give and take. So they know that if they don't impose these, people could create threats to others on the road, similar to like a CDL and a truck driver, and just issuing these out to anybody to get behind this, 18, however many pounds are they, 50,000 pound vehicles, and going down the road. And so I think a lot of it is from that standpoint. And, unfortunately, freedom is not always free, and in the sense that regulatory things are there. It's not always fair. Trust me. I'm definitely, go ahead.
There's a bit of a problem here. In this instance, the FAA unconstitutionally and illegally annexed about 1,000 feet worth of airspace from every private citizen in the United States. Under Cosby versus United States, it was established that the homeowner has from 0 feet to about 900 feet of airspace for their enjoyment. And the FAA declared that all the national airspace, then laundered that through Congress and then put it into an Air Force reauthorization bill, and then turned it into federal law. All of that was actually a criminal conspiracy to basically annex all of the property for a future commercial drone operation. So, that's, like I said, this is an outstanding lawsuit. And yeah, I mean, there's risks involved with where you fly your drone and what you do with it. Just like there's risks with your RC car. You don't drive it on the highway, but you don't need a license for an RC car. You just need to know not to drive it on the highway.
Well, I know guys that actually dabble in RC cars, and those things can go 140 miles an hour and outrun almost anything on the highway if they so chose to. And as far as the commercial versus drone, commercial drivers as far as big trucks versus drone flight, that's a horse of the same color, but they're a little bit different spotted. Me as a commercial driver, yes, I understand. Now, from my blue collar aspect, just leave me alone. I'll run my own logs. I'll go and work, make my own money and whatever. And I've been driving trucks long enough to be like, okay, I know my limits. But there are plenty of younger drivers that come to the space not understanding the responsibility they hold, being the biggest trucks on the road, that might need to have a little bit more schooling in regards to that. I grew up in a time where it was just like, okay, well, you're the biggest on the road. And I happen to drive some of the most dangerous trucks on the road. But so definitely there needs to be some regulation, but at the same time, my blue collar is coming through and be like, just leave me alone. That's why I don't want the regulations as far as like, big trucks and things like that. I understand fully the repercussions they have on the general public. But drones are not that same kind of thing. Okay, there should be a reasonable limit. Say I was to go get a drone that cost me $5,000 and I could drive it, 5 miles away from my house and do just jack whatever. Well, I mean, there should be a limit there. It's not like I'm interfering with somebody, going over their heads as opposed to a commercial vehicle.
Yeah, you were regulated in the same way that whether you had one drone or 500 drones, that's basically how you were regulated, because the way the FAA approached it was that all operations are commercial operations, and therefore there was no lower threshold, and that's how we are where we're at. It sucks, but this is the year 2023, and eventually things will circle around and we'll get it resolved. And I look forward to the big solve on this will be law LLMs. That will be a really fun way to untangle the very complex web of overlapping case and law precedents that created this mess.
That's intriguing. Definitely didn't know. I appreciate you guys sharing that. I mean, that's something the everyday American doesn't think about. But you're right. I mean, so let's. I mean, with the subject with AI, have you guys have any thought about regulatory aspects? So coming back to the subject at hand, I noticed there's a new bipartisan bill. They just denied Section 2030 to protect for AI. And for those that know, Section 2030 and how it protects companies like Facebook, Google, and others. So this will be interesting. This was dated June 14th. So I'm just reading up on this. I'm not an expert. I don't know if anybody on this call is. There's also another thing about these groups that come in and nonprofits and universities. My concern around AI and safety and watching the watchers like the Fox Guardian and the Hen House is, okay, who's funding these projects and what follow the money trail and do they have best intentions with AI? So anybody want to take that subject or dive into that a little bit more?
Well, if nobody's going to go, I'll open the conversation up based on that.
Quickly, how comfortable are you guys with continuing this on for a little bit longer? Because I could probably shut this down maybe in 7 minutes or so. Like if you guys want to continue, you can, but just let me know when you're.
I mean, we've been going for some time now, Adrian. I know you got to jump another space, so that's your call. I'm glad to stay, but
Yeah, sure. I mean, like as long as you guys are comfortable with this, like if you're starting to burn out, just let me know, and I can close out the space.
Other than that, it might also crash. Down. Yeah, I think you're at a lull. So
if you're gonna disappear, I get nervous, So because if something happens and then 18 hours later, you guys, this goes back to the very first space. I have PTSD from that day.
I think we could shut this down in maybe you could shut this down today, right now, and everyone can, continue on what they were doing, because otherwise this goes on for too long. We've been going for about 5 hours now, which is the longest space I've held in the last couple of weeks. And I think, there's obviously a lot more content that can be brought out when it comes to AI, but I think we could maybe put a pin in this for today, and we could have a part 2 to the space at some other time. Also, if you check in the pinned tweet in the space, I have put out a vote such that I can see by popular opinion when I should host my spaces, because I've been planning of shifting it from Thursday to Friday, EST. And so I was basically thinking, hey, before I make the shift, I better do a vote, because otherwise I'd have to reschedule a few spaces and I'll have to contact quite a lot of people. I have a space on Starship that's going to happen on the 30th, I think. Yeah, it's going to be on Friday. And so it's a while out. I'll have to reschedule a whole bunch of spaces. Major apologies for anyone who, but yeah, I'd have to do that. So do vote. Tell me what you guys think, because it's up to you. And yeah, definitely, yeah. It was a lot of fun today. Space was, we got a lot of good content out there, and we'll definitely have a part 2 to this. Specifically, like if any one of you could reach out to Robert Miles, I would love to have him on the show. I've reached out to him via DM, but there's been one response, and then it just ran cold after that. So maybe if you could assure him that there's in fact interest and people would come to listen to what he has to say, and that all of this is there's an agenda, so such that you can stick to that and you can prepare ahead of time, such that you're not basically thrown into the deep end of a pool or the ocean, whichever you prefer. But yeah, I'd love to have him on, specifically as I'd like to address the concept of AI safety a lot more. But yeah, it's been absolutely great, you guys. I've enjoyed the space a lot. Thank you all for coming today. Would anyone like to say a few more words?
I just want to thank Anthony and the other speakers coming up. This has been fun. I know AI is a hot subject, and look forward to the other spaces. Anthony, do you want to close? Give any closing remarks?
Well, today's been this is a really, really big space. There's a lot of information here. For those of you who will re-listen to this, if you've made it to the end, and if you've made it this far, I truly applaud you, because this is 5 hours of material. So it's like basically a big podcast. So you've gone through an entire timeline of events, quite a few shaky pieces in between. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Do follow all the speakers here, and tune into the next one. I will be hosting a space in a few hours from now, in about 4 hours from now, in fact. I'll be hosting a space on the Sattributes art collection, such that you can understand how art is being put on the blockchain, Bitcoin specifically, and why this art specifically is so meaningful to me, and why it is also meaningful to very many other people out there, because it is more than just art. It is an ode to Bitcoin history and an ode to anyone who has been very influential in this space and has generally contributed a lot to the construction of such a space.
Thank you for having me on.
Oh, sorry, Anthony.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say really quick, for the people that are in here listening, to try to learn about the AI stuff, I'm always a work in progress. Like, he knows crypto and me, don't go, my brain just doesn't get any of it. So anytime you have questions, you can always DM them, put them in the chat. Don't ever feel intimidated to come up here, because we are all learning different levels, different expertises. I'm very low on the totem pole when it comes to this stuff, but you know what? We have to have people that know stuff, and we have to have people that are still willing to learn stuff. Our brains all work differently, and we have to work together to get through this. In one of the first AI spaces back in the day, we were talking about creating a glossary of terms so people would understand, because sometimes at some point I think people just feel intimidated, and they're like, oh my God, I can't ask that question. That's a stupid question. There's no such thing, because without you asking, you're never going to learn. So just keep that in mind moving forward, and always DM if you don't want to ask up front. So it's all groovy, and yeah. Thanks for having me here, Adrian, and nice to meet all the people I haven't met before. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the goal of these spaces, really. It's to be as abstract and as general as possible, because I personally believe that in order to be the best version of yourself, like to be the best of what a human can be, you have to expand upon that which makes you human, and that is to be so general, and that is to take that and turn it into something amazing. Like the way you interact with other people is very important, and the way you do this the best is by being as general as possible, because you will know yourself a lot more through that, and through also seeing parallels of yourself and other people. It's like to discover what is within. We often look at that what is without. This is why AI also, is so fascinating to a lot of people, because it looks similar to us in a sense that we recognize these traits and we think it is something based on that recognition, even though it might not even be this way. But like that's something that I thought personally was something that was important, and we'll continue to explore this. And there are very many spaces coming up. I think I'm having one on tokenomics next week, perhaps. Such that people can understand what the difference is between a token that is made on ETH and a token that's made on Bitcoin, why one or the other might be better from a utility standpoint. So yeah, but I might do that, or maybe I'll just shift it around, but we shall see. We shall see. Other than that, we will continue this again at some other point. Do follow me and all the speakers, as well as those mentioned in the tweet, and turn notifications on such that you can be notified whenever I put something out, because I do put some really strange things out from time to time, because my tweets have what is called recursion. So I always have little Easter eggs everywhere. Maybe you guys can find them. So whenever I put something new out. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. Also, it's interesting to see that Zach Voorhees was on here. Very nice. Glad to have met you. And yeah, we shall continue at another point. Tune in for the next space in a couple of hours, which is going to be on Sattributes. Thank you very much.